Welcome to Clixed Off, brought to you by Lucky Dice Cafe out of Huntsville, Alabama. Check them out at LuckyDiceCafe.com. And now for your hosts, Daniel Powell, Jason Alvey, and Tylor Speeds.
Hey everybody, welcome to Clixed Off today. This is your host Daniel Powell speaking. Just want to let everyone know that Clixed Off is brought to you by TrollandToad.com, the world's largest HeroClix retailer. Find HeroClix new and old on Troll and Toad and use coupon code CLIXEDOFF for 5% off your HeroClix order. Merchant and pre-order items do not apply. And if you like what you see or hear, depending on where you're partaking in this podcast, consider supporting us at patreon.com/clixedoff. $1 and above gets entered into our monthly giveaways, and $5 and above gets entered into our Discord server for your patrons for exclusive HeroClix strategies and tactics. This month's giveaway will be a brick of Rise and Fall from Troll and Toad. I need to get that posted. And the bricks are US only on the giveaways. So joining me tonight is Jason Watu Alvey.
Okay.
Well, because you've been alone all week.
Oh, well, okay. That makes more sense.
Right. So you're getting to interact with people tonight. So
yes. Good.
And then let's see who else is joining us tonight. Tylor stays up all night Spees.
Yeah, I try to. I hate sleep. Sleep's dumb.
And then lastly but not leastly is Alex Harry stay up in the attic Cruzz.
If you guys like what you see, check out the Clixed Off OnlyFans site. $5 and above gets you intimate pictures. I don't know.
All right, we tried.
That is totally not true. But
if you see an OnlyFans account, it is not us. Do not click it.
But it could be if enough of you are interested.
I mean,
seductive pictures of Clix. That's it. Just it's like that guy that was trying to sell the eBay pictures or eBay of like those weird drawn or painted HeroClix.
You know, I'm telling you,
with the nipples on them.
Yeah, I mean, apparently that guy sells quite a few. But I'm telling you, if somebody, I don't know, if somebody like PayPal'd me $500, I would probably take a picture of my feet with next to some HeroClix.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, $500? I mean, I feel like any less than that, I would feel dirty. But like $500, I can be like, well, shit, it was $500. What the fuck do you expect me to do? Right? Like I feel like if he was like, oh, he gave me $50, well, it's like, you know, whatever, Daniel. Like, you are not that hard up for $50. I don't know, like $500.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I think $500 is an acceptable.
All right, you heard it, listeners.
Yep, $500 level.
He's propositioning you.
I am not propositioning you. I'm just saying if there was $500 involved, I think that's the minimum for feet pics.
All right, we've got the floor.
And I can't imagine that anybody on this planet would want that. So, I am repulsed at the thought of it, but I do not judge anybody for their preferences. If their preferences include my feet, I believe $500 would be the starting price for that.
I'll do it for $4.99.
That's what I was gonna say. I'll beat his price.
Sorry, my feet are premium product. They're $1 more than the other guys.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. That's just so weird. I mean, we're still got to find Tylor a sugar mama.
Yeah, I mean, if you find one, send her over. Let me know.
Just send her over, huh?
Just send
Yeah,
her
I mean,
over.
yeah.
Like via your nightly Chipotle order. Like
Yeah,
the sugar mama gets
you know,
delivered in an Uber.
whatever is convenient for her. Okay, I'm a gentleman.
Oh man.
But if she could also bring Chipotle, that'd be sweet.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's part of the deal, obviously.
Tylor might send you feet pics for an order of Chipotle.
Well, gift cards would be acceptable, right?
Yeah, I think that's the route you want to go. Yeah.
Got $50 increments of those.
So you're saying 50 for you is your
No.
floor.
I'm saying the increments are in $50, so you can add them up.
Oh, okay. So, but that means you won't do it for $4.99 then, because the increments are in 50. So you're at
I don't know.
Are you at $4.50 then?
I am whatever the market lands on. Right?
Okay. Well,
invisible hand of capitalism
I think
shall set the price.
I think I've already talked you down $49. At this point, it might be reasonable for me to purchase some.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like it's such a good deal. How can I pass it up?
Oh, okay. You're just a bargain shopper. You don't. Okay.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
That's
All right. Can we talk HeroClix?
This went way off the rails, like
Yeah, I don't
already.
know. I don't know. It's totally Alex's fault. I was trying to make a Harry Potter joke, and Alex.
You slipped up and said if you like what you see. That's what started all of this.
I suppose. So tonight we are going to talk about Rise and Fall, and we are going to start with the Master Mold. So I think because the last time we recorded, we seen the full dial, or we seen the factory dial. It's been a minute since we recorded. We've done a lot of stuff on YouTube, but we haven't recorded a full podcast. So
it was right before the Huntington's event, I think.
Right.
He showed it off. So
yeah, we've recorded since then, though. I think.
Yeah. We definitely have.
We just haven't talked Master Mold.
Yeah.
So.
And he's really good. So. We should talk about him.
Tylor, would you like to start talking about Master Mold?
Sure. So Master Mold is a con exclusive that I think 2 people have right now. So, yeah, he's gonna be. I think it's like store prizes. They're sending out like 1 per store if you qualify. So they're gonna be out there, and then they'll probably be released differently later. So they're gonna be out there. Yeah, he has 4 starting lines, 375, which we're not going to talk about for meta purposes, 200, 75, and a 25. Probably the only ones that are good enough are 200 and 25. I don't think anybody will play him at 75.
So let's just talk 75 real quick then. Why is 75 not good?
He's not good. Well, so the dials, you don't get a ton for it. It's 5 clicks with a stop click. It's like a 10 square reach, 11 for 3.
So
but
not very offensive.
Yeah. I guess we should probably read the factory dial first, because that factors into it.
Right. So we can just go ahead and say the factory dial is just not as good on 75, and then let's talk about the factory dial.
I'm gonna read the traits first. Let's do that.
Okay.
So, Master Mold has 2 traits. First one is Sentinel Creation. Power: generate any number of characters with a Sentinel and Robot. So you have to have both keywords, not named Master Mold, whose total points are equal to or less than the point total shown on the factory dial. Then turn the factory dial to click 1, and Master Mold gains immobile until the end of your next turn. So he's generated Sentinel robots. We can discuss how often in a second. Then he has Colossal Retaliation, Awaken the Sentinels. This is a really weird. So it's free. If no other characters in place this turn, choose an opposing character that attacked or damaged Master Mold specifically, only Master Mold since your last turn. Place another friendly character with the Sentinel and Robot keyword, such that it can make a close attack targeting the chosen character, then do so. So Master Mold himself does not retaliate. It's somebody else with the Sentinel and Robot keyword. It doesn't have to be adjacent to him, so it's just any Sentinel you have on the board can retail onto somebody that attacked Master Mold. So it's weird. It's pretty situational, especially on the 20-point line. You're probably never going to use this.
Well, unless they miss.
Yeah, that's the only. If they attack you and miss, then you can do this. But if they attack you and you mastermind it, it's not going to work because Master Mold wasn't the target of the attack, so that doesn't work like that. It's only if they miss.
Well, mastermind,
then he has,
they become the target of the attack.
Right, and it's when they would be targeted is when it kicks in. It's not when they are targeted, so that's why. He's got Stop, Click, Mastermind, Regen, Toughness. Stop Mastermind is obviously very good. He only has one stop. Then he has a special damage power, which I think he has on all of his starting lines. Leadership, Outwit. When Master Mold uses leadership and succeeds, instead of normal effects, you may instead generate his 2 bystanders.
Either or,
like either or. Yeah, you can generate either or you can click the factory dial once. His bystanders are pretty good. They actually have a point cost, which is a little bit weird for bystanders. Most of them don't. I don't know if any have. But they're both 10 points. And they're basically
no generated ones have a point cost in Modern.
Okay. So that's pretty unique. They're basically carbon copies of the ones from Days of Future Past, like the first style of those ones. One has like sidestep CCE, the other one's running shot. Psychic Blast, they're both 10 for 3. So I mean, they're not bad. They're also colossals, so they can carry around your stuff. They're 2x2 bystanders, which is also a first.
Right,
that's pretty cool.
David Newmark posted pictures in our group of the bystanders. Now it only comes with 1 each, but they do appear to be very high quality. Which that was my concern. I think just 2 things real quick there, Tyler, was I talked to David about it. It's a very heavy sculpt. Like, it feels like it's got some heft to it. Like, maybe you could clobber somebody upside the head with it. And then the cardboard pogs that come with it are of very high quality. So now, while the sculpt's not super dynamic per se, it is seemingly high quality and good paint.
It's a 2x4, right?
Yes, it's a 2x4. Yeah.
Was it? Okay, I didn't know that was confirmed. Okay, 2x4. Yeah, and then I'll talk about the factory dial. So how to play the factory dial. The factory dial is in use at all of Master Mold's point values. Orcus Factory Upgrade. If you paid 375 or 200 points for Master Mold at the beginning of your turn, click the dial once. So that's why the 200 dial could be good, and the 75 one probably isn't, because it doesn't get this, which is huge. You just click it once at the beginning of your turn for free. Another way to click it is field testing once per turn. When an opposing character takes damage from an attack, if the attacker had the Sentinel and Robot keywords, click the dial once. So that could be most likely not Master Mold. It's probably the things that he generates. The Pogs can do it. Any little Sentinel can. The new Sentinel that we're going to talk about in a second from this set can do it. Notably, they have to take damage. Excuse me. And then friendly character. Oh, this is a passive thing. Friendly characters with the Sentinel and Robot keywords can use the powers displayed on the factory dial. That's not going to be super relevant. You got to click it. Like, if you click it a few times, you get in cap. I think you have to click it up to 100 to get empower. That could be useful, but normally you're just using those 100 points immediately and it turns back to 0. So I don't think that that's going to be very relevant. But so like, the important note here is that if you are on the 200 point line, you can click it up to 3 times a turn by hitting leadership, the once free, and then by hitting something with the Sentinel. And if you're paying 20 points for them, you can click it up to 2 times, obviously, with the leadership and then hitting something.
So what's that map bonus with the leadership?
Reign of Terror.
So,
probably pretty good.
So let's talk about why Reign of Terror is 5 points. At the beginning of the game, choose a friendly character. Once per turn, when a character rolls for leadership, you may re-roll the result. And the consolation is once per game. When a friendly character would roll for leadership, they automatically succeed. So why is the 50-point line that great? And why is clicking it? Why is the 50-point click up for 3 clicks that good?
More clicks.
Sorry, what?
3 clicks.
3 clicks. 3 clicks. Sorry, I'll just back up because I'm excited. Sorry, this happens when I get excited. 3 clicks per turn at 200 get you to 50 points.
Sorry, I got you.
Yeah. 3 clicks a turn at 200 points get you to 50 points.
Oh, yeah, I should. So it starts on 0. You
Right.
click it once, it's still at 0. Click it 2, it goes to 25. Click it 3, it goes to 50.
So why is that so cool? Well, the answer is Cyclops Sentinel.
It's cool.
Is cool.
And good.
Right? He's very good, right? He's won events just by himself, right, on robot teams. So now you're popping out a 4-click, 18 ESD, super good attacker with leadership itself that potentially pops off a head. Penetrating Psychic Blast, 8 range. It moves 1 square itself against X-Men and Brotherhood. Oh, I'm sorry, 1 square by itself normally, and then up to 2.
Right.
If there's X-Men and Brotherhood on the map.
So there's a decent amount of now. It helps him with his reach, definitely.
Right. So, being able to pop off the leadership, Reign of Terror, right? Being able to click it once for free, 200 points. And not free as in capital FREE, but just because it happens. And then the Cyclops Sentinel having a really good chance of being able to yeet is very good. So we had actually built a team when this Master Mold first came out, right? And I think it was Master Mold at 200.
I don't even remember. It was Master Mold, it was Prime, Robot Dude, Mad Thinker.
I thought you meant Stealth Sentinel.
No.
No, I think it was.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but
no, was it Robot or was it? Yeah, it was Robot, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Because we decided to go Robot instead of Sentinel because of Aaliyah Gregor. Now there is a Sentinel version I think that is pretty good. Because
sure.
Aaliyah Gregor is good for the Pogs, and then you've got probably one of the best pieces that have ever been created, which is the Friends of Humanity for 5 points.
It seems bold.
a little bit.
Well, it's a 5-point. Well, it was named keyword, but it is a 5-point theme fluffer, which has come back to being relevant against Secret Six.
Definitely true.
So, and then there's also the Sentinel folks from XDPS that can generate the common Sentinel, or
they're
the
35 points. I think.
They're 25.
Common.
So you can.
No, I mean the leadership dudes. Yeah,
so you can have 3 Friends of Humanity. You can have Bolivar Trask. That's 70 points. That's pretty dang strong, right? And then you get Reign of Terror takes you to 75. So then you've got like 25 points left to fill a Sentinel team. Obviously, Robot, you can get, Danger Room, Magneto, and a couple other things. But, this team can fairly quickly swarm the map with a bunch of stuff that's not that hard, that's not that easy to KO.
Yeah, definitely. The big problems holding 200 point back is the biggest one. He's not Paracosmic. He doesn't have any protected outwit, and he starts with Impervious. So it's, if his Sky Timer comes across the board, he's hitting him for 5 twice. He's going to be on a stop click,
Well,
which
he made
isn't
for
preferable.
3 twice.
I mean, most of them were on the Power Gem, but
Oh, okay. You're simming Power Gem one. Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, so that could be a negative. Because he doesn't.
Does that kill him?
It stops him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which is not great.
That is just so. Why does something so awesome have to come along, and then it's just like, well, fucking Sky Tyrant ruins it?
Sure.
Are you really gonna play objects on this team? You don't have to.
This team? I don't think so.
Yeah. So I mean, you can mitigate that by taking out their objects, and they don't get those super easy outwits.
He doesn't need an outwit.
No, I'm talking just Sky Timer with a Power Gem does that.
Oh, you were talking about with exploit. I got you. I thought you were just talking about that you were outwitting. I got you.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, you probably need to find a way to get a Mastermind or Shape Change or something.
He does have Mastermind on his top.
Right.
On his top dial.
And on his top dial, no.
Oh yeah, because he's got the special damage. No, the special.
No, it's that
the damage power
defense.
doesn't give it to him.
Yeah, defense does.
Oh, that's. Dude,
Yeah,
I've been so excited about this team, and then you just.
He definitely has some weaknesses.
Well, no, the thing is like, other than Sky Tyrant, and like say Prime Batman, right? It's pretty good.
It's solid. Yeah.
But Sky Tyrant just stops him, and then if Sky Tyrant rolls a 10 or above, he just kills him.
Yes. That is correct.
Oh
and that's,
my gosh, that just bugs the shit out of me.
Well,
I mean, you could. How many pieces do you have? Are you playing? You're playing mostly small pieces at this point, right?
I think it's like a +7-ish team, so you're pretty even. I'm
just thinking, could you find a way to surround Master Mold?
Maybe.
So Sky Tyrant can't get up there.
No, you can't really surround a 2x4.
You can with 2x2s. I mean, if you hit a leadership and pop out a 2x2 token.
If you hit a leadership, you can actually pop out 2 2x2 tokens, because you just go to the 25-point dial and then you can generate the 2 tokens.
Yeah, so I mean, you might have options to body block, because he doesn't ignore characters except for when he's moving away after resolutions.
He's a flyer, so he does.
Well, I mean, like,
if you can completely surround this thing.
I'm not saying you could just put someone in the middle and say you have to go around me. I'm saying you body block, keep them behind.
So I don't know if that's if you do a 2x2, I mean you would, because you can't leave any square open, and that's just not possible turn 1 if you lose map.
It is if you hit a leadership.
Yeah.
No,
because you generate those 2 tokens.
He can just go to one side or the other.
No, so you put 3 2x2s in front of him.
Yeah.
And then you put 2 single bases on either side of him. And then that does it.
But then Sky Tyrant gets 2 life token
Friends
things.
of Humanity, so probably, yeah. I mean, he definitely scores stuff, but
he scores stuff and then can't die, so then he just does it the next turn.
I don't know if "can't die" is the correct terminology.
Well, I mean, this is what. So let's assume that I'm just saying that he kills 2 things. I mean, I'm okay with talking about this just a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Let's assume that he kills 2 things. Does Psych Sentinel just do 4 damage? Does he? Just...
I think so.
So the next turn, you would have to. You're just assuming that only the dudes left, like only. Well, you probably have some Friends of Humanity or some bigger 2x2s.
No, so he's going to kill 2 Friends of Humanity and 1 Pog, because he's going to have to wait to one side. So you have another Pog, your 25-point Sentinel, whatever it is, and then your leadership dudes.
Right, so you would have to be able to hit leadership, spin it up to 50, get a Cyclops Sentinel. Psych Sentinel can retail, and then
No, Psych Sentinel cannot retail.
But he knocks off 2 tokens if he has 2 tokens.
Yeah, he does.
No, I'm saying you can. Psych Sentinel can retail. Why wouldn't Psych Sentinel be able to retail? Oh, because what's his nuts didn't take any damage.
Yeah, he wasn't hit.
Yeah.
Cyclops Sentinel could take off 2 tokens by himself by shooting and then doing the 1 pending trading damage afterwards.
Yeah.
And then you just shoot him with a Sentinel, 10 on a 16.
Yeah. You've got the attacks and the pieces.
I guess it's that first attack that's really important, right?
Yeah. You could also, you could always just attack with Master Mold, right? 12 for 4. Or, definitely going to outwit his
ESD, right?
Whatever it's called. Yeah, ESD.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's fine. I think it's also pretty important. If you probably want to fit a spin ring on this team if you can, because it's very good on 2x4s.
Yeah. Except if you face the Secret Six, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah, but he might be good. He's probably fringe, but it's a very cool team. The 25-point Master Mold.
I think it's not a fringe team unless you face the Secret Six.
Okay.
Because I'll be honest, right? Between Dr. Aaliyah Gregor, and you don't even have to play Aaliyah. You can probably drop Aaliyah, and let me just finish my thought real quick there. You can probably drop Aaliyah and play Bolivar, and then Robert Kelly at 30. And then, so that gives you room for Reign of Terror, a spin ring. Sorry, I'm just building this real quick. Spin ring and 5 Friends of Humanity. So what that means is that Senator Robert Kelly and Bolivar Trask will be adjacent to 3 or more Friends of Humanity, which means you have potential to generate 2 of the common Sentinels a turn, and then
Cyclops Sentinel turn,
and then a Cyclops Sentinel a turn. So
that sounds fun. It sounds like a Sentinel factory, which is super cool.
I mean, that can get pretty overwhelming, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about against the traditional robot team, with just using Master Mold at 25, I mean, it's pumping out of a lot of attackers to deal with the bunch of attackers that robot has, right? If you just assume you take Sky Tyrant out of the situation, right? Just no Sky Tyrant, right? Bad Sky Tyrant. You're pumping out a lot of shit for people to deal with, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And Master Mold he's not nothing to get past. Like, obviously Sky Tyrant can do it, but it's harder for other people, right? He's a 19 imperv. He's got 9. He's 10 clicks long with a stop and Mastermind at the end. So he also has regen on that stop click. If you ever want to use that, probably wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's great size, so 3 through 6.
Yep. So you probably pump it about every turn.
Yeah, I mean, and those common Sentinels, right? They're randomly generated at 25, but you're talking about Charge, Super Strength, Incap,
Running Shot.
Yeah, Running Shot, Psyblast, Perplex, RCE, Close Combat Expert. So, not necessarily a bad dial on either of them, on any of them. So,
let's talk 25, please.
Sorry,
25 is amazing.
Yeah, the 200 point is cool, but everyone wants to hear what we got up our sleeves for the 25 point.
I mean, it's not really up our sleeves. He's just so solid. He does so. He's a 25-point leadership. That's good enough. The robots obviously need that. He can go on future teams, so that means Latveria. Ruler is also really good right now. So he fits in a lot of teams. He is a cheap leadership. That enough makes him meta. He also has Outwit on that same power, so he's an Outwit. That's fine. But with all of his generating things, You don't even have to play any more Sentinels. You can just play him, and it's enough of a threat that as a 25-point piece, they have to deal with him. Because if you hit 3 leaderships, you get a free Cyclops Sentinel. That's really good. If you hit 2 leaderships, you can make 2 of those Pogs, and then if they hit, then it spins the dial more and can snowball. So he's 25 points and he's a threat. He's a win condition basically for 25 points, and you have to deal with him. And he has a stop mastermind click, so it's very hard to deal with him. I think that's everything. He's very, very good. He also does 0 movement, so be aware of that. Yep.
Alex, can that be perplexed up now? Is there a rule of zeros anymore?
There's not a rule of zeros.
Rule of zeros is gone. Yep. So you could move him 1.
3.
More likely, on the robot team, you run spin just naturally. So that is, obviously very good with him as well.
I mean, I guess.
With it's like a +4, 12 range, 10 for 2 attacker. Yeah, he's just very, very, very good. He is a win condition they have to deal with. It's hard to deal with him. He has leadership and outwit, so even if he, just dies, he's still good enough.
Right. I mean, yeah. Groot was played. A bunch of other things have been played at 20, 25 point leadership. So
Jim Hammond was played.
Right.
Yep. And he can fit on, like you said, a lot of teams. You can fit him on the X-Men team, and he'll be fine. Because you can just
I didn't think about that.
You can play Trinary and just be like, all right, bye Trinary. We'll switch you out with, and we'll have Master Mold there.
Yeah, he's just a win condition. It's something that they have to deal with, and it's hard. It's perfect piece for me because it makes them make a decision.
You can play him on Avengers, because you could then make Steve Rogers, make Trinary an Avenger, and then make a theme team for Avengers, and then Master Mold will just come along and not count against theme teams. So.
Oh, that is what I was looking for.
That's what you were. You mentioned that the other day.
I didn't. I didn't think about Master Mold though. But yeah, so making
And don't sleep on. It's not that hard to get to 100 points. Definitely not on 200, but on the 25 point, if you can keep them alive, you could probably get there. It's not crazy like the round table used to be, or the Blackbird. Blackbird was a little difficult, whereas the Quinjet was quite easy. But I feel like it's easier than that because you can mitigate the leadership part. But you could even do it further. If you don't care about theme, then you could play Instant Crusher because I think he's still legal.
Yeah.
And you could just play him and Reign of Terror. Just know, hey, I've got a really good chance of hitting leadership every turn. So, and I can play
Reign of
other
Terror.
pieces.
Reign of Terror is not a bad map, right?
No, not at all. So you've got a lot of. He has a ton of options, and like Tylor was saying, cheap leadership, which is what Robot's been desperately needing. The cheapest one is Jim Hammond at 35, which is not cheap, and
not good.
He literally just stands there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So before Jim Hammond, we had 50-point Cyclops Sentinel. That was it. There's no leadership. So anybody playing Robot is super excited about Master Mold, and even if you're not, he's very exciting because there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot of good Sentinel Robot figures you could bring in. I mean, Stealth Sentinel's great.
Yeah.
I think 100 points or 75. I don't remember.
Mm-hmm.
Bastion's great. All the Colossals. What's going to be sad is if when rotation happens next year.
Yeah.
Dark
He
Phoenix
loses a lot.
Yeah, but still, there's a lot of good pieces out there. Omega, if you got super lucky.
And you don't even. I like how they made him. You don't even need that because just getting him to 25 and putting out 2 of his tokens is really good.
Yeah.
Right. And I think what is also relevant is that these things don't have to be on your sideline.
Yes, it's generate from outside the game.
We just absolutely cannot understate how huge that is. because you just carry a bucket of robot sentinels with you.
How many Cyclops Sentinels you have, Dan?
I think I have 5 or 6 now.
Okay.
How's that? The regular Sentinels though are ridiculously priced.
Yeah, they're.
Oh, are they?
And I think Sam, we were going through, and I found 3 more that I have, so I should be up to
Probably
around.
have some.
I'm probably up to like 10 or so of those.
I think you're probably covered.
Yeah, I think I'm covered. Yeah, I found 3 more the other day, so I mean 3's probably fine anyways. But
Yeah, like you could buy one right now for $49.99.
what?
Nuh-uh. Wait, that's like Troll and Toad?
Majestics. It's like $50.
What?
Yeah. Did you guys not know it was that expensive? It's
No.
absolutely that expensive.
Maybe I don't need
'Cause they
this
also-
many sentinels.
I was guessing like 15, 20.
No, they are up to $40 to $50.
Well, there's
trust
more-
me.
Oh,
Because they got the legacy card too.
Oh,
That's-
true. That's a big deal.
So that's what skyrocketed the
Oh,
price
you can
more.
Bring them in with the legacy card. What did that change? I don't even remember.
Well, I don't think they originally were going to be a legacy card, but with all of this COVID stuff and the convention stuff got pushed,
Uh-huh.
I think they probably took out an old convention and said, "Hey, we need to make these Sentinels an a legacy card because they're going to rotate next year."
That's maybe.
So, and
but
we wanna keep
what did
them-
it change? Did we know?
You
haven't
no
seen
longer
it.
have to roll for the legacy card. Like with the card, you had to roll, and it goes to one of the clicks.
Oh, you just
depending
get
on
to
what
pick
to
it?
roll. They have to be distinct lines, I think, is what it says now.
Okay, but that'll
we
work
could
with
talk about that
Master.
we could talk that later whenever we
Sure.
get to the legacy segment. But
whoa.
But
dude,
yeah,
maybe
yeah,
I don't
it should
need,
work with
Maybe
them.
I don't need so many of those at $50.
Yeah,
a
Dan's
pop.
sitting on $500.
Yeah,
That's a feed pick.
hey, now
that's a garden tractor at this point.
hey, now some of your teammates could probably use some of those Sentinels. Little did I know, a trade I made with Jason forever ago.
Right?
Yeah. Golden Hands Jason now has $50 when it was like a $10, $15 trade we did before.
I gotta look and see if I'm sure I have a few of those. 'Cause
I have
bought some of
none.
those
I
now.
gave Jason my only one. I was like, I'm never playing this. Why would I play this?
I don't know. I
2
mean,
years
Wait,
later.
it's free.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Who
Dark Phoenix is like up around over $100 now too.
Gee,
Yep.
dang.
I think.
And that's also a reason why I think he'll see the most play on X-Men teams. Is because you're worried. I mean, not that he's being attacked by Sky Tyrant and like Sky Tyrant's not just going straight for him, but one decent answer for Sky Tyrant is Dark Phoenix. So, which you get on X-Men teams.
We also get Dark Phoenix on Sky Tyrant teams too. So
Yeah, well, yeah, Latveria teams, but there haven't been that many versions of that yet.
well, I mean, there's been one really important one, so
That's true.
of Matt
Yeah.
Ventura's. So, I mean, I think he set the gauntlet, right? But so I mean, anyways, my trade and sell stuff aside, I don't know, like I think, dude, I wonder how many Sentinels someone would give up for feet picks.
We set the price. Need 9 of them.
Yeah,
You might
10.
want to hold on that
Yeah,
because
that's right. I mean, I don't need that many Sentinels that bad, but maybe
It
someone.
no,
does
I-
need feet picks though.
one thing we haven't really talked about. I mean, we don't know when Master Mold's going to be more available. So
True.
this store thing that everyone's seen, where certain stores are going to get it, I think it's pretty limited.
Mhm.
Like my store, I think they've reached out, but I don't know if they've heard yet if they could. And I know PJ mentioned his store reached out and said it's invite only to be able to run this event.
we got it, didn't we, Jason?
We did.
So maybe I'll be coming up there. But what that means, though, is if it is limited, we're looking at incredibly high numbers for it coming out the gate. It's already expensive now because there's only 2, but think of it
Insane.
being, but it's not modern legal. But once it becomes modern legal, and it's like, hey, now there's only like 50.
Yeah.
We're gonna
We don't
hit
know. We
like
don't
Star
really know if it's
2017 prices.
We don't know
or
if it's
2018.
we don't know exactly how many there's going to be in the wild.
Right.
50 is just a random guess. It could be 300,
20.
right? Could be it could be less, right? It could be more. I don't want to incite a riot, right?
Keep in mind, and this is something that's been stated. It won't become modern legal unless WizKids feels like there is enough in the world, like enough out there.
They also said that he's going to be released in additional ways to this store thing. So he's coming in other ways.
Yeah, so that's why we still don't have Lady Phoenix. She's been out for almost a year now, like 9 months, but there hasn't been enough of her to become modern legal. No, she's not modern legal. She has the same verbiage that Master Mold does, that they will become legal later and have a separate legality period. So they won't fall into the Fulcrum ones that are legal now and probably have 3 years or whatever. They might have longer because they're not coming out at the same time, like legally wise. So don't worry. Like if you're worried about getting one, just know that they'll become modern legal when WizKids feels like there's enough out there, because that's what we saw with Lady Phoenix. We didn't have a ton out there, so they're not modern legal. They want to make sure people have the ability to get one.
I like to think that I caused that change in the rules because of Starro, but you know, I won't toot my own horn for something I'm not sure of, but. All right. Anything else about Mr. Master Mold?
No, he's very, very good. Yeah. I'm excited for him.
I really wished Carmina's team up card worked.
Yeah,
to be able to but she has a team up card to give robots Sentinel, and I wish that somehow worked to generate those figures, but fortunately it does not. So no generating danger rooms.
Wait, that's not what I was talking about.
I was talking about her team up. It's at the beginning of the game. Friendly characters with robot gain the Sentinel keyword. Well, you're not generating those.
Felicity friendly character. Wait. Karima?
But it should be a team up card for Karima.
Friendly characters. That is super relevant.
It is for making a Sentinel theme team. Yes, absolutely.
Well, and for his because it spins whenever a Sentinel hits.
Yeah.
Right, so you can also have Danger Room Mags retail.
Yeah.
Yeah, and or Sabretooth or whatever, you can have them.
Right.
They'll have Sentinel. They'll be able to go out and just pew pew and raise up the dial. So yes, that is absolutely relevant. The only problem is you're stuck with Karima. But if you build it X-Men, you could switch her out. I don't know. There's something there because she has the X-Men keyword. So you could find a scenario where you build it X-Men.
No, it has to be robots for the thing.
It has to be robots. So you have to be robot thing. Yeah, that'd be too difficult. You couldn't do it that way. So
I might build a robot team with her on it just for that.
Yeah, I mean,
just run 20 point.
Alex, you're on my I think your dream might be more accomplishable than my Chase Apocalypse swap out onto Hellfire Club reviving Danger Room constructs.
All right, we got to talk about Rise and Fall.
We don't have to, but we're going to, because we do enjoy the set. All right, Common Wolverine. So,
okay.
Standard disclaimer before all Clixed Off set reviews. It is my opinion personally that all HeroClix are playable in any variety of casual scenarios. Tylor thinks that some version less than all of them are playable in casual scenarios. Clixed Off supports casual play and decides, thinks that you should play the game and however you enjoy it the best. However, the Clixed Off set review is leaning towards competitive play, and will we see these items or figures in competitive play? So our standard disclaimer.
All right. So the first thing we should talk about is rally because it's on about half of the figures.
Right. So red rally is all we got in this set.
Red 5 rally, yeah. But so it's once per roll for each die in the finalized attack roll, and for all characters with a matching rally die trait. So breaking that down, if somebody rolls 5 and a 2, a 7, you get to place 1 rally die on one of your figures with a rally card. Not 1 per, just 1. If they were to roll 2x2, a 10, 2 5s, you would get to place 2 tokens on either one. You could place 2 on 1 or 1 on 2, or however you want to do that. So that's how that works. Again, these are all red, which means opposing attack rolls. So if opposing attack rolls have a 5, and they're all 5 also. So that's what that means. Right?
Yeah, that's pretty simple. We didn't get a lot of, and we'll go through this with the figures. But pretty much almost everyone in this set is red, right?
It's all red.
Yeah, there's no other
Right.
options, but those exist.
Yes,
but we not currently.
All right. So Wolverine is your standard cookie cutter Wolverine dial.
Yep.
His only special thing is the rally. He can remove a rally die to basically roll a 5 on his regen, which he has traded regen.
And it's not even for free.
No, it is not. So he's not great.
Darwin
is the worst figure to come out in the last 5 years.
What?
Look, why do I want to pay for that? That's the dumbest. It's the dumbest thing. Look at that dial. It literally does nothing.
I mean,
he's a healer, an X-Men team up. You're gonna sit there and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna keep using him to heal people with the X-Men team ability.
Mm-hmm.
That does something.
He has the X-Men keyword. Or team ability.
Just a quick thought there. And this is something we may have covered a little bit earlier. Does Safeguard, all capitalized, Pulse Wave now mean that all of his powers and abilities that he could gain are protected Pulse Wave?
Yeah, but what is he gaining?
I mean, you can equip him with something like a gauntlet or something.
You could.
So that
he clearly best candidate for Galactus Herald. By far.
Why does he have protected poison?
There's
so many better ways to do his power. Like, it ain't this. This is so bad.
I mean, it's not the worst, but
no, it is. It's the worst.
It's definitely not the worst, but it's not good.
What's something that's
it's
worse?
a 10-2, no range. His trait makes it harder to hit him. Which why would you ever hit him? You're paying for that.
What's a figure that's worse, Alex? So if we say it's not the worst, what's a worser figure?
Oh, okay. This is like a fight that you would get in with your spouse, where they expect you to know something right off the oh yeah, well remember that one time? What time are you talking about? Crap, I gotta come up with the one time. Right. I don't know. What 30 points? Here, let me look up 30-point figures. Alex. 30-point figures. There's a Klingon crewman. I don't know.
Yeah.
No.
Cardassian.
He's so bad. There's nothing you would ever want to play him for. It's literally nothing. There's no redeeming quality.
Yeah, Klingon crewman is definitely worse.
Can we please stop talking about him?
You were the one.
I think we should keep talking about him.
Marvel Girl, opposing attack rolls.
She's fine. She's a 30-point TK piece, and she can TK for free with the rally, which is not nothing.
Yeah, if you combine her with another piece we'll talk about, she might have something there, like to be able to just double TK first turn for. I mean, I know that you could just have 2 TKers, but that might be something. Who knows? But that's about it.
She's a sidestep flyer. She got ESD, so she's not a free kill. I don't mind her. She's fine.
I feel like
she's fine, but not really unique or anything particularly crazy.
Nothing special.
Yeah, the
I
free TK is the big thing. But
I feel like 2 X-Men sets ago, they would have made her at 50 points.
they would have. That's true.
But
Or
it's
at least
30.
45.
Yeah,
Didn't
so
we,
thank
like,
goodness she's at 30.
Didn't we have? I mean, the UXM one was like 50 and does like the same thing as this one.
Yeah, but this one requires a rally. That one didn't. That one was just double TK, the slingshot.
That's true. Warpath.
You can make a free attack, right? After like carrying. That's something.
Yep, that's
Yeah,
something.
right.
That's something.
Okay.
Havoc.
Havoc. They still have never made a good Havoc. Not never, but in the last 5 years.
You know, that'd be a fun tier. I've talked about this as a tier maker. Tier maker figures WizKid still doesn't know how to make. Just do one of those. Havoc would be on the list.
Yeah.
On the list. Same with
His
Professor
rally
X.
thing isn't even good, so.
Nope. Or Havoc.
Nope.
Alright, Hellfire Club.
Hellfire Guard.
Garbage.
Hellfire Guard is amazing, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Darwin's so much better.
So his trait is I never read it. We have names, you know. Adjacent friendly characters with the Hellfire keyword can use Mastermind, but only choose Hellfire Guard. That's good because Hellfire is good, right? It's good because Dark Phoenix is good, right? I don't think. I was thinking if you're playing one Dark Phoenix, it's probably not, or it might still be because I might pay 50 points for a Dark Phoenix with the Mastermind. But if you're running two Dark Phoenixes, it's way better. And he can, they are all sidestepping around. They can carry this guy. They keep him behind them. It's basically like one free mulligan on a Dark Phoenix shot. It's very, very good.
Yeah.
You can give Dark Phoenix Mastermind for free, but
For free?
Yeah.
Oh, true, with Latveria. I forgot that was free. Sure, but actually, that's kind of true.
I mean,
this is obviously a big deal because Blackheart's a big deal, which we'll talk about later. I mean, there's a bunch of potential combos with that we've talked about on the video we did, but we'll talk about later. But this is one to keep in mind. This is a generic that you're gonna want to have multiples of.
right.
Also, his click 9 is weird. He has a special power that's only on click 9, but he can only get there if through Blackheart. Blackheart's the only one who can get there.
That's right. Yeah. But I mean, I think the thing to keep in mind is that these Hellfire Club guards get generated, so they're like the Sentinels we talked about a little earlier. You'll want a bucket full of these guys.
Yep.
And then, so our next one up, Gavin Neves asked, multiple man's playability. Can he be played on non-theme teams? So let's talk about multiple man. So he's got a split dial, and he's 40 and 10, with a shit ton of keywords. Underworld team ability, X-Men team ability, and then whenever he takes damage during an opponent's turn after resolutions, generate a multiple man on click number 9.
He also takes a maximum 2 damage per attack.
Right. So which needs 10 points.
He just dies.
He just dies, right? Yeah, he just has toughness, right?
The 10-point one
it depends on how much you hit him for, right?
Well, sure.
Yeah.
The 10-point one's mainly, it's amazing for the X-Men switch out, which we've talked before. We're going to talk about again, because having a 10-point X-Men is very important for that. The 40-point one's a leadership. X-Men doesn't have a ton of that. It's also probably the best mastermind piece in Modern, right? You can mastermind him. Most characters you can deal limited damage to, you can't mastermind to them. This one you can.
That's true. Yeah.
And every time you do, he generates another mastermind figure. So at 40 points, it takes at least 3 hits to kill him. You have leadership. He's got stealth. He's got underworld, so he can carry.
And still energy really good. Potentially down dial too on those dials.
Yep, which could definitely help.
Right.
I believe. Yeah. So the things that you generate, first they have in power. Second, they don't cost. They're 0 points. And third point, they have X-Men team ability, so you could use the X-Men team ability with those things to heal this guy.
Right, and they also have Underworld, right? So they can carry around each other.
Yeah, I think this guy's really good. Like really good.
Really good.
Yep.
Really good. Now, can he be played on non-theme teams? I guess. I mean,
if you have somebody with Mastermind and you want to like Mastermind to him.
Right.
Now, are you guys playing him at 40?
I'm only playing at 40. I don't think you ever like except for the switch out thing. I don't think you ever play him at 10.
I think that if you have some points left over, I mean, he's a fine theme fluffer for 10.
Yeah, he is. I guess. Yeah. I was also, for whatever reason, for Mimic the Super, I was looking to see if anybody had a starting click with Steel Energy, so you could switch to it on his stop clicks, and this guy's the only person that does that. So maybe you switch to this guy at that point for Steel Energy Close Combat Expert on Mimic stop click. Probably not. But...
I agree.
But yeah, hey, I mean, we're what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces in. We've got 2 good ones.
And the next one is good as well.
Yep. So 08 Sentinel, sideline active once during your opponent's turn. If they hit with 3 attacks or 2 attacks made with the characters with the X-Men keyword, after resolutions, you may place 08 Sentinel from your sideline on click number 1 in your starting area. And then when Sentinel is KO'd, instead of putting it in your KO area, turn them to their starting line and add them in your sideline?
Yeah, add them to your sideline, yeah.
Yeah.
So you can keep bringing it back.
Invuln, 3 clicks plus Invuln for 25 points, 6 range, double target, sidestep, giant. Incapper.
Yeah. It's also free.
Yeah, so it's like an anti-troublemaker.
It also doesn't say once per turn for all characters with its trait. So if you have like 8 of these on your sideline, they hit 3 times. Can you bring in 8 of them?
It says once during your opponent's turn.
Yeah, but it doesn't say like for every character with this trait. That only applies to this one trait. This one trait can happen once during your opponent's turn. Right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I feel like that's what that means.
It's probably not intended that way. It's probably intended to be written as such to only allow.
I also don't know if it's ever good to do that, but I think you might be able to.
Yeah, I think I'd have to look in the rulebook to see if they have anything written about specifically once during your opponent's turn. But yeah, it should be possible. But I don't see why someone would do that. I think you're playing at most 2, but probably just 1 on your sideline.
Yeah, I mean, I think every team can just have 1, right? I mean, with the BTAS, Troublemakers, just Trouble Alerts retiring, right? And, you know, it's also a value option for a Troublemaker, right? And a Trouble Alert.
Yeah, it's going to be common.
Yeah, so
it's
a common, right? So if you can't afford $70 JLU chase, right? You can include a Sentinel. Nothing wrong with that.
Yep. He also helps Master Mode a lot, just because he's another Sentinel that can, keep racking up those factory dial turns.
Yeah, it's probably not something that you're going to just whip out at the beginning of the game. It's probably something you're doing a little bit more desperate because you're just giving up points in a lot of instances. But like he's mostly coming out the in cap. 11 for just 2 damage against a lot of meta figures isn't going to do a ton. But
and he's a really good taxi too. That's probably my main draw for him.
Yeah, so it's not like a Trouble Alert or Troublemaker where you're like, oh, I'm absolutely bringing him in.
It's gonna save the game or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be more of a end of game, or I'm down. I need another piece because I need another attacker. You bring him in and hope that he does something. I mean, having an 11 attack is big because it always stunk bringing in a Trouble Alert or whatever with a 10 attack.
Yeah,
and you're like, let me try.
And with their weaknesses, right?
Oh, yeah. True. He doesn't have weakness.
Right.
Yeah, but he does start in your starting area, so that's a little bit of a. a negative depending on the team.
Well, I mean, that's also a good thing, right? Because that, you know, depending on the situation, it makes him a little bit wide open on a little more wide open on situations because you don't necessarily worry about him just getting ganked with the fourth attack of that turn.
Yeah, true. But definitely someone you want to pick at least one up, maybe two.
Yep. Spoiler alert, I think the Sentinel is automatically S tier.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I'll see if between now and when we do our tier maker
You
video
change your mind.
if I change my mind. But I mean, I just think he's so simple, right? It just works.
Yeah.
Shi'ar Soldier.
It's bad.
I mean, he's tangentially fine for like Vulcan to make.
Yeah, if you generate him, he's okay.
Yeah, I mean he's
I'm
mastermind.
not excited.
He's mastermind fodder.
Right, for Vulcan, yeah. Or Emperor, not Vulcan. Gladiator.
Yeah.
Or I guess Vulcan too. Does
that,
Vulcan have mastermind?
Wait a minute, they're not all the same thing.
No.
Wait a minute, Gladiator. I apologize to Azra Strife right now.
He has that power generate a Shi'ar flag light object, but
Shi'ar.
Shi'ar. It does. The light object has other things because he's the only one that can generate it. The soldier, and then that gives other things to the higher rarity.
Yeah, none of them are good though. So I don't
Yeah.
care about them.
Yeah, he's not very good. He may have something fringy for like local fun play with that object and some of the other combos, but 20 points for that, it's Shi'ar fluff, but you're not really building Shi'ar unless you're trying to build.
All Shi'ar and all Starjammers are bad. Blanket statement. There is one exception I will allow, and that's it.
That's Emperor Vulcan, right?
Yes, that is Emperor Vulcan.
No, sorry, not Emperor Vulcan. Emperor Gladiator.
Emperor Gladiator.
That's why I'm so confused. There's two
because
emperors
they're both
in this set.
And they're both super rare primes. Or primes, at least.
Well, they're both.
I will say...
Emperor Vulcan in House of X was a super rare prime, right? Or rare prime.
Yeah.
Rare prime.
From what I'm thinking though is you probably still want to get maybe one or two, because remember Shi'ar is one of the X-Men options with Professor X. So if you wanted to get really creative, I mean, he's 20 points for a Shi'ar team. We didn't build it out in the video because Shi'ar's terrible, but Empire's coming up, and I think they're involved with Empire. I think.
Right.
That sounds right to me.
So it's just something to keep in mind. As you know, you don't need many. Don't go crazy on them. But you know, if you get one in your pack, don't be too sad.
Right.
You probably just want one.
So Emperor Gladiator. I think we'll talk about him a little bit later. But the Shi'ar flag object, you know, if they're adjacent to or occupy that square, they modify damage +1. So generating a soldier, creating a flag, you know.
Is he the one that generates them?
The Shi'ar soldier is the only one that generates them.
No. Does he generate Shi'ar soldiers?
Yes.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That makes him a lot better.
Well,
yeah, definitely pick up some of these.
That makes him a lot better, right? And then it makes the soldier better just because they're generated.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Raza.
I don't mind that guy. She's the best character with running shot and blades.
Wow. All right, that's true.
Impulse.
Yeah. What does he do? ESC toughness. The impulse takes damage from an attack after dealing an attack. Deal an adjacent opposing character 1 penetrating damage. That's weird.
Shi'ar, so 40-point Shi'ar. May want one to build with Professor X. That's all I could say. That's like the only reason I would ever want one is because if you want to build Shi'ar for whatever crazy reason.
Yeah, it's not great.
It's not good.
So Smasher.
Smasher's at least interesting. I don't mind Smasher. I don't think he's good enough, but it's fun.
I agree. I actually I kind of like him. On just, I mean, the problem is his keywords are garbage: Imperial Guard, Shi'ar, and Soldier. So it's, I mean, I don't know what you're playing him on.
Right,
Shi'ar,
but
I guess, but
sidestep, charge, flurry, close combat expert. You know that's pretty fun.
11th for 3, you could charge or flurry. You can pick one of those powers.
Big poison. That's not bad.
Exploit.
Sky Tyrant 1 hits this guy at 100, right?
That is true. He's definitely not a defensive piece. He's 17 toughness, all 9 clicks.
Right.
But yeah, he's kind of cool.
Colossus also gets eaten by Sky Tyrant.
I mean, let's just. Can we just throw Sky Tyrant out though? I mean,
yes.
I don't know. We don't need to like degrade everything because of Sky Tyrant.
I mean, I'm feeling that away.
But if you're talking, I think that's a good argument if you're talking like 150 points or more on a figure.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're looking at Colossus at 75, okay, well, Sky Tyrant can't take out 2 Colossus at 75.
Why does Colossus have blades?
So,
I don't think this guy's he's a fine Colossus. He can auto succeed on imperv with his rally tokens, which is cool. So if you can find a way to make him reduce penetrating, that'd be something. He destroys blocking. But he's probably not even our best 75-point Colossus. So he's just a fine Colossus.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one from XDPS is just better.
Yeah.
I think that's what I traded my my Sentinel to Jason for. Was that Colossus?
Yeah, it might have been.
I think it was. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Brood.
Sad times, man. Sad times.
So
yeah, they made it bad.
It wasn't. It definitely could have
Awesome
been
sculpt.
better. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'll just say real quick, a blanket statement again for the third set in a row. All the sculpts are awesome. I think this is probably the best set so far. Like super, super good. That Sentinel sculpt, a few up, is amazing.
Yes.
I would almost be happier with Brood if they just did away with the first click.
Yeah,
give me 2 clicks. Give me 2 clicks for 15, but start with sidestep, poison, exploit.
Yeah, that's better.
I'd be okay with that.
Yeah.
Like a little pricey, but I'd be happier with it. Starting with stealth, it's like okay.
Well, the gal, the Brood Queen, can generate them in unique ways.
Yep.
Yeah.
If you like Brood, you're gonna pick this up. If you don't like Broods, you're not.
Right. You're gonna trade Broods for commons,
multiple men.
yeah, that kind of stuff. Right. Find the Brood lover in your group and make some trades.
Blob is pretty cool.
Is he?
Is he?
I think so, in the way that they just kind of because he's 50 points, he's that many clicks, he's got a ton of imperv, he's 7 clicks long for 50 points with a bunch of imperv. That's a solid 50 points. You can't deny that.
I mean, it's solid. I mean, it's no Darwin, but it's solid. Brotherhood, though. I mean, anytime I see one of those keywords, I'm thinking, all right, Blob.
Sure.
Just to say I'm playing a meta team with Blob on it, and then immediately switch them out for something else. I mean,
I like Blob. I like the design of Blob. They push the envelope in a way that doesn't break anything, but it's still fun.
Good. I will say, and so I think it's mentioned on Realms. Potential good target for Mimic. I mean, sidestep, impervious, close combat. That's not bad. Yeah.
Skinless man.
Ew. I just want to say ew. Ew.
Does he really not have any skin, Jason?
Gross.
Yeah, as far as I know.
Okay. All right. What a power.
So I think since I've been talking about skinless men, mentioning skinless men, just talking about it during our unboxing and stuff, there's been a lot more videos coming up on my TikToks about the Appalachian skinless men.
Never mind. I don't want to hear about it.
We don't need to get into that right now.
No,
this guy's probably...
This guy is nightmare fuel, and so are the actual...
Okay.
Supposed...
Brotherhood? He's got Brotherhood, I mean...
What is it? What does he really do? Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing that spectacular. They could give him like
Hey.
giant reach, right? I don't know.
He's an
Sabretooth.
unclicked character we
Sabretooth.
got, so that's cool.
This extends the noble tradition of making Sabretooth the exact same as Wolverine, but a little bit longer and a little bit more expensive.
Oh man, like I'll be looking forward to a day whenever game design comes up with a way to make Wolverine and Sabretooth something other than Charge Blade's exploit.
Well,
Like just represent their dials without doing Charge Blade's exploit for the past 20 years.
that's
What
kind of
else?
what
Just
they
wait.
do,
Just wait till
though.
they bench those 3 powers.
I mean, what else do they do though in the like comics and movies? I mean, they jump and stab.
Well, so I'll explain. So Wolverine does I'm thinking like what they do in like the video games like Berserker Barrage, right?
Berserker Barrage.
Like he could do like a bunch of attacks, right? Not flurry, more than flurry, like a super flurry. Like give me like 5
Maybe
attacks.
like
Eddie
double
Guerrero
charge.
Yeah, double. And that's the other one I was going to think of, right? Like Wolverine's, typically in the comics, like a small, like kind of bouncy fella is what I'm thinking, right? Like he hops and stabs and hops and
They'll
stabs.
give him
and
slingshot.
Yeah, wow, like something like that, right? Like he's attacking and stabbing a whole bunch, right? Like I'd almost rather see Precision Strike.
So he's basically doing like a flurry of blows or something, right?
Almost.
More attacks than flurry.
Yeah, so you want him to do like power, make a close attack targeting all characters within 3 squares, and then place him next to one of them or something like that.
Or like I know this doesn't work in the new rules, but I'm thinking like leap climb. If he moves 5 or less squares, he can make an attack targeting all adjacent opposing characters and deal them all printed damage.
I feel like that's just Quake with more steps.
Well, a printed damage Quake with exploit. I mean that's okay.
True.
You're like a Giganta with exploit.
You trying to build a skyscraper?
No.
Sabretooth's rally.
A Sky Tyrant, it's not too far off from what I would expect. I mean, Wolverine, yeah, maybe a Sky Tyrant, but just not the same thing for 20 years.
Yeah, I think that the Headmaster one was a really good representation because it added like leadership elements and stuff like that. Protection, protecting his students, which is cool.
I mean, I think that one is probably the penultimate Wolverine. Now, I think also, I'll give him a little bit of credit there. Also, the Jean Grey, the Regenesis one was super good.
That one didn't have blades, right? That was the Charge, Precision Strike, Battle Fury.
I didn't have Battle Fury, but he healed every turn.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, what you're talking
Yeah, but Sabretooth, on the other hand, has just not been made dynamic.
This one's rally makes him have a 5 on blades, so that's kind of cool. 5 exploit blades guaranteed, but yeah, it's probably nothing.
Right, uncommons. Eric the Red. It's Eric the Red.
Has no red powers.
Oh, that's true.
Ooh, some RCE.
Cyclops.
RCE would be good on that dial. Cyclops.
Kind of like a Cyclops.
Okay.
Leadership enhancement. I mean,
So do they give him ESD because they assume him shooting something coming at him is like an energy shield?
yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I think, are you saying that he's shooting it back with his optic blast?
Yeah.
Shooting it with a gun, and he's like, "Nuh-uh," and he shoots it with his blast to say he deflected it or something. I guess that's what ESD means.
Yeah.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it makes better. I think it makes better sense than say super senses, because he's not like moving super fast. He's just trying his best to disintegrate whatever you just threw at him.
Yeah. Okay.
He's fine. He's a fine piece.
He's fine. Yeah, nothing super special. Silver Samurai.
Cyber Squad. I know that's not. That I was referencing Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad. But
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
if anybody, well, all right. So if anybody's listening, Google real quick, Superhuman Samurai Cyber Squad. Yeah, no, somebody that's 65 points. It doesn't have like he has a pseudo move and attack.
Well, it's
No,
actually,
really-
it's actually
he has a
better.
move and attack.
It's better.
Well, they
Yeah.
really like this whole
Move and then
phase
attack.
and then
5 or
move
less.
less than 5. Yeah, they really like that as an ability,
They do.
which I get. I mean, it's cool, but
Yeah, I think this guy's fine. That's what I expect from a Silver Samurai, right? That's everything that I expected him to do.
It's just
he
a
got
little
badass
pricey.
sculpt.
Yeah, true. I think that's probably an okay price for an uncommon that does what he does. I'm not super mad about it.
Right. And as
I would've
Jason-
been fine
and
with-
as- And as Jason's been mentioning, Jason and I did get to unbox a brick of this set, which is up on the Clixed Off YouTube channel. If anybody would like to check that out. Thanks, WizKids, for sending that to us.
All right.
Very nice of them.
Arclight.
Arclight's
Yes.
kind of solid. I mean, bad keywords, but
Quake,
the fact
when she
yeah.
hits a single opposing character with a close attack or using close destroy, after resolution, you can use Quake as free. You can double Quake a single person.
it should be she. It is a she.
Oh, true.
Yeah, she's a femizon after all.
Yeah, so there'll be you could basically it's like a flurry-esque, because you'll be able to attack and then after resolutions
Quake.
make an attack using Quake.
It's only if you hit one person though, so you can't like Quake everybody for 2 twice,
Right.
which is a little sad. I
Heaven,
don't like her
heaven
that much.
forbid if you run into some invulnerability.
She can hit them for 1.
And hope they fall off invulnerability.
She can hit them for 1, and then, yeah, heaven forbid if they have 2 clicks of invulnerability.
Yeah, there's just better Quake people out there, so that's why this
Yeah.
is just hard to
Yeah.
do anything with.
There's a lot more interesting stuff coming up later in the set, folks. Just FYI.
Mystique.
Is
Miss-
not one of
Miss
them.
Dunk.
She has
she's got
rated
stealth.
super senses. She
So-
does up stealth.
So I think this would be very, very good if instead of opposing 5s, it was opposing 6s.
Why? Wait, why? Oh, so you would get the 6?
Because
Yeah,
there's
He gets
more-
precision strike.
Yeah, so I mean, you would get a guaranteed against anything except for Outwit or Pulse Wave,
Right.
a Super Sense.
I think they didn't feel comfortable with that, I guess.
Well, obviously, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. It's a Mystique without shape change.
Yeah.
Yeah, long shot.
Does he do something cool?
The prob
Prob when
thing.
he's
The
target-
prob thing is really,
Oh,
really
yeah.
neat.
He can always prob if he's being attacked, even if he doesn't have range from line of fire. So just if you're attacking him, you're getting probbed.
Right.
That's about it.
5 and 5 are critical hits, but nothing nearly exciting.
Nope.
Dr. Maura McTaggart, right? The auto gives somebody a rally die, so that interacts with a lot of the powerful pieces in the set.
An X-Men keyword is a key thing.
Right.
Yep.
And then she can just remove a rally die from Maura McTaggart to heal an adjacent character 2 clicks. That is really, really huge. And that's not even a X-Men character. That can be anybody.
Yep, but you have to get a rally die on her, so you so you have to think about if you're building with her, then you're building a team that wants to utilize her rally die. So
I mean,
didn't
ideally, the she's giving out the rally die to the most relevant person so that she can suck up the first rally die for herself.
Like the third rally die.
Yeah. I'm just thinking if you're building with her, you're building figures that benefit from rally die. So if they roll for a rally die, you're probably putting it on one of the other pieces that you built around.
Yeah, I think it'd only be if like a mimic already had like 3 on him, since it can only do once per turn.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to have, but you might just roll X-Men instead. She does have the X-Men team ability, and she's got 4 clicks, and she goes to regen at some point. So, I mean, you're just gonna keep her token to give rally, and then maybe heal. That's about it. That's all she's doing.
Right. That's fair enough. Banshee.
Yep.
Man, they just have
20
not.
shot psychic blast. Yeah.
They have not made a good Banshee since Deadpool. There, I said it.
No, but that one was good enough for a while. I'm still, the Banshee fans had their time. Okay, I did not like that piece.
Why? It was really good.
Because Marcus played it all the time, and I had to play against it. I hated it.
I disagree with that statement. The Xavier School one was pretty good because you could bring him in via ID, couldn't you? Wasn't there a
wasn't
Banshee?
as good as that Banshee.
No,
yeah,
but
you know what? He wasn't as good though.
Well, that's because they keep building Banshee with.
No,
definitely not.
We weren't bringing in Banshee. We were bringing in Iceman for the Pulse Wave, right? Like I don't think I've ever played Banshee, did I?
I thought he was available as an ID. Was he
He
not?
was. Yes, he was.
He was a Pulse Waver. I mean, you had him. You had the LE that also could Pulse Wave, but that one didn't have a move and attack. So I think that's what feels off about this Banshee is that there's no Pulse Wave in the set. So for me, seeing a Banshee without it just feels weird.
I wanna look real quick here.
Yeah, I just looked up. The only Banshees we've got was the Ellie in 17, the Xavier School one, which I think was called in occasionally, because he came in with the Perplex because he was a headmaster, but only Generation X, so it wasn't that great. But he was a decent Pulse Wave until we got Iceman. But that's just my problem with him. I mean,
yeah, never mind. I have to retract my statement. Banshee is a badass piece. The XXS Banshee was one badass mofo.
Oh, yeah.
He was just incomparably amazing.
Okay.
Yep.
We'll just leave it at that.
All right.
All right, after Banshee.
What?
Polaris.
Well, I mean, yeah, he was really good. The ID was good. The ID was good because he gave out action tokens as the inspiration.
I remember that.
And
yeah, that's what it was.
And I played him on my 2018 Rock Cup team. But
there it is.
But obviously, he was not so good that I remembered that I played him.
Yeah.
Obviously, I remember Cyclops, Iceman, and Jean Grey, but I forgot about Banshee. Whoops.
So another figure that WizKids just doesn't know how to make special. She has no HeroClix presence. It's Polaris.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be cool. Every time I feel like anytime an X-Men set comes out and someone sees a sculpt of her, they get reasonably excited. I don't know why, but I feel like there's hype for her and then they're always let down because she's just like a worse Magneto and he doesn't do anything. Not exactly, but yeah, disappointing.
Yeah. Meh.
I can agree with that.
Do we want to go into super big detail about the next two?
No.
I mean, Jason wasn't there, so...
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
Jason... So let me say this. Magneto and Professor X, we just posted a 3.5-hour video to our YouTube channel explaining all the ins and outs of Magneto and Professor X. They're probably the top 2 pieces in this entire set. So for these next 2 pieces, Jason, what do you have to say about Magneto and Professor X?
Well, I giggled like a little girl when we read Professor X's card in the video because I was so excited about what he was going to do.
Yeah.
That was entertaining to watch.
I think I'll just leave it at that. So, you guys did a breakdown on it. We don't need to get into it again here.
Is there so I would say one addendum about one that we forgot was Jubilee.
Oh, bringing her in for the just like shape change.
No.
Oh, the 20-point one from
No.
the Fast
Oh.
Forces?
No.
What are you talking about?
The 50.
Are you talking about the map one?
the 50-point one from House of X?
It's because I hate her.
Right.
The one that if you win map and go to her map, she's like super strong.
That's right. Yeah. So
Oh, if you're not sidelighting the 20-point Fast Forces one, you're doing it wrong.
I agree with
that
Jason.
is also true.
She's really good.
She is really good. But the 50-point one from House of X, there's no downside to her, right? So if you lose map, you just swap her out. If you win map, you get the 8 range, 11 attack, 4 damage, dragon fire, fucking badass.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
that's
not
good.
bad. I still don't like that Jubilee.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, you're
Callisto.
You're allowed to have that opinion. Callisto.
Also a not great
Brew.
ever figure.
I mean, it's
Ever.
leadership, underworld, and power. 35 points. Not a terrible like side support piece for Hellfire.
Oh, she's Morlock's keyword, y'all.
Oh, there you go.
Callisto.
Wasn't didn't we get a Callisto and XDPS?
Oh,
Yeah.
Callisto,
no.
yeah. We
Really?
got one not too long ago, yeah.
I remember that Callisto and XDPS just being better.
Yeah, you're right.
Because it had close combat,
was,
expert leadership, and then it
Yeah.
had the rightful leader token to automatically succeed. I'm looking it up. Yeah, that Callisto was just better.
Yeah. Yeah, she's way better. Yeah.
You know, in my head, it feels like we've had a lot more Callistos, but this is only the second one.
Oh, I'm thinking Calypso, maybe?
No, this is the
guess so.
third one because there was 3 of them in Ultimate.
Oh, there's one in Ultimates. I
Yeah,
guess.
that's who I was talking about. Okay.
Yeah. It's been a while. This is only the second Oreo. Basically.
I had the original one, that's why I remember.
Been a while.
Because she was a Morlock person.
Yeah. Brew
Is not great.
Is Tim the
Good,
Tatman,
good keywords.
Tim the Tatman's son's name.
Okay, keywords. Really?
I don't know if it's spelled with an O or a U off the top of my head, but
He named his kid Brew?
yeah.
Weird.
Brew's not bad, just not good. That's how I feel about Brew.
Yeah, it was fine.
Okay.
I'm not mad
Okay.
at him.
Well, for a second there, I thought he was handing out exploit weakness to somebody else. That would have been
That would be cool.
X23.
X23. She gets to heal 1 a turn, and she has charge and stealth. She's 80 points. No, thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
we've
other,
had
that
much-
other one was better, right? Didn't we have or was that Shadowcat?
Yeah.
Weren't we calling in an X23 that was pretty bad?
Yeah, it's 100. It was 100.1. It's because she had her little badger
Yeah,
thing.
the Badger.
Oh yeah, the Badger was
the
that
honey
Badger.
badger.
That Badger wrecked the shit out of me more than I cared. to
You
admit.
remember Wolverine in X23? That was a cool piece. I loved that
Yeah.
piece.
Yeah, I like that one.
That piece was awesome.
That's good.
Corsair.
Why
we wanna-
why so many Corsairs all of a sudden? I don't know.
They're really pushing Starjammers, and they're doing it poorly because they're all
Right.
bad.
It's like this. Whenever we get a good HeroClix figure, it makes me want to read the comic. But I guess on
Yeah.
the other side of that, when we get some ones that are not competitive like this, it makes me want to avoid all Starjammer comics for the eternity of time.
Yeah. Just for the all of the Starjammers have a salvage token or trait that they share, but we'll read it when we get to a good Starjammer. And spoiler alert, we won't. So. Iceman?
Iceman. Actually, you know what? I think this Iceman is decent. He's not competitive, but he is decent.
Eh,
Yeah, let's just keep in mind just remember, guys, this set still has the whole Wonder Woman not having certain powers thing. So
the bench powers, you
Mhm.
mean?
yeah, the bench powers are still in. So if we're like dogging some pieces, I mean, it's probably because they don't have powers they should, like Banshee not having Pulse Wave, like some of the others.
Maybe.
Polaris probably could have been better. I don't know. There's
Mystique having shape change.
yeah. So just
Um,
some things to think about.
wait,
Sebastian.
after resolution, she may remove his rally die to give it. Oh, you can give him an additional action token.
Right.
Yeah, you can double token like 2 characters. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sebastian Shaw's unplayable as of now.
Because his return to KO thing can be outwitted and has no protection at all.
If you guys, if they fix him, do you think he'll be good?
No, I mean, here's the thing. So his die without Krakoa, right? No, because if it was, we would have seen it, right? Because we've had 2 other Sebastian Shaws with this long ass dial and stuff.
Yeah.
And it just has never been played. So if someone does play this Sebastian Shaw, I think there will be a groundbreaker, right? They're plowing new ground here.
We have seen Black King. I think we've seen Black King played before.
Not very successfully.
On a Hellfire Club, I think we've seen it. Maybe as an ID thing, I don't know, but I feel like I remember seeing him played. Not a lot. But...
He's definitely a very hard to kill piece, and he's 100 points, and he has Krakoa Rival. If they fix him.
He doesn't have any move and attack. I know he does on click 11, but like you just ignore him, right?
Well, you can't if he has Krakoa Rival, right? That's the point.
I suppose, yeah. You
Have
could.
to kill him.
I mean, you don't.
Well, you're not gonna score many points. I guess you will score
No,
points.
you will score. You will score a lot of points. That's the problem with Krakoa and Revival.
True.
Like, you could just keep killing the things coming at you and be like, cool. I just have to go against 200 points instead of 300 because Sebastian Shaw's not doing anything. Right. So they're just going to keep throwing maggots or whatever pieces they're throwing at me. Hellfire Club, Black Hearts. I'm just going to keep killing them, score points, get pogs, and I'll win.
And
because
for what it's worth, right? Because the Flurry Blades one is autonomous, right?
So, I think so.
Right. So
yeah,
with
I believe it is.
With some like rolls, that I mean, it can be over with in one turn if they just keep doing it. The Skinless Assassin is Flurry Blades.
No, if they're dumb, they're not gonna. They won't. You have to place it adjacent to your character, so they wouldn't generate them adjacent to. Right.
I know, but
right.
But if you do it right, I mean, you either eventually get the kill, or you can keep generating Skinless Assassins. If
you kill something.
With Flurry Blades, you might have a pretty good chance at it.
Yeah, but only if they're adjacent to you. I'm saying. Because it has.
But yeah, I mean, there's there's Sky Tyrants and stuff that do close that charge.
Yeah, I mean that happens more times than you think because you could do it to any of your characters, so you could go up and base somebody, shoot them, they Krakoa and revive, and you could put it next to your figure that based them. I know they can revive somewhere else. I get it, but there are situations where faceless assassin or skinless or whatever works.
They can't revive. They can't pull that character away, right?
Well, they are going to revive adjacent to
the reviver.
I thought they revived back in their same square.
No,
then it would be bad.
Yeah,
because then you could infinitely kill them, or unless they just let the character die.
Right. So no, I mean in this instance, you want a Krakoa and revival person that can actually do something like Apocalypse. Apocalypse does a bunch of other things and revives. Like, Emma does a few other things. This guy, he does nothing but outwit. Like,
Yeah, I agree. He doesn't do much.
like, you're gonna dare him to hit you, but like you're coming up at me at 10 for 3, and you're gonna have to waste a TK to get up to me, or something. Okay, sure.
He
Punch
also
me
has
10 for 3.
back end leadership. That's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Well, he gets more powerful, right?
Yeah, but he's always he's the leader at the start.
Well, he's not the Black King in this version. In Krakoan Revival, he's not leading the Hellfire Club. That's Emma, isn't it?
I don't care. I'm just saying leadership on the not starting dial is almost unseen and dumb.
I mean, they're playing the whole Bruce Banner. This is the weaker version of him at the start, so he has outwit to be somewhat useful.
Yeah,
but I get it.
For leadership,
I get it. Nah, this guy's not good. Even if they fix him, he seems like a waste.
I agree.
Like, you would play him maybe for Hellfire switch out or X-Men switch out, because 100 points is an Emperor Gladiator. So, if you want a nice round number, but that's about it.
Okay.
For me, at least.
Same here. All right, on to the rares. Alrighty, and our first rare is Lalandra Nirmani.
Nirmani, yeah.
Nirmani.
So we got to preview this rare. It's up on clixedoff.com actually. So thanks to WizKids for allowing us to preview Lalandra. Is Lalandra competitive?
Well, she's got prob. I'll say that for her.
She's good and sealed. She got prob.
Yep. All right.
And leadership. Yep.
Kid Gladiator.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's really close. I think he's very close to being dumb. Because you can get this guy on my turn 2. I can have 3 tokens without. So you give him the Mind Gem. You play him. You play Jean Grey, and you play Commissioner, and then you equip him turn 1. Commissioner, make him mind control. That's 1, and then the next turn he mind controls. Commissioner makes him mind control again. He's at 3 tokens.
Commissioner can't make him mind control, right?
Why?
Because you get just an attack, right?
And mind control is an action thing. Yeah,
like a close or ranged action. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, then 2. I mean, still 2, right?
Well, I mean, if it's just when he hits, so I mean, he can still make Gladiator just normal shoot, right?
Yeah,
just
but
he hit with an attack.
Yeah,
he can't. Then you'd need an enemy.
Well, yeah.
That's the. Wait, I thought Commissioner. Yeah, mind control's an attack.
Yeah, it is.
No, mind control.
Why couldn't I use?
Mind control's an action.
It's not a passive anymore. It's
Why can't you just do a standard vanilla attack?
He's talking about mind controlling Jean Grey or something, right?
Yeah, but what? Commissioner? I don't know.
Oh, you're talking about doing to a friend. Okay.
Yeah, which that'll last a year.
That doesn't even work anyways, Tyler.
Why?
Because it has to share a keyword with the Commissioner.
Ah, dang. It would work though, but you're right. It won't.
Right. Yeah,
okay.
And there's no way to make Kid Gladiator
attack.
Well, there's no way to make Kid Gladiator Spider-Man or make Commissioner Latveria. So those are your 2 current keyword cheats there.
Yeah, but I mean that was just to get him so many tokens in 1 turn. I still, even if that were possible, I still don't know if it's that good. I mean, I get it, being able to go 14 for 6 or something is pretty crazy, but
and 21 defense is the big thing, right?
Well, I think he doesn't have power cosmic either, or cosmic energy, so.
Oh, that's true. I didn't see that.
Yeah.
So probably not.
So probably not. but a good thought exercise nonetheless.
So he's most likely, as we saw in Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman, I felt like was a really, really good sealed set because they had counters. You had a strong piece, and you're like, oh, here's some of the counters for it. Say what you will about Superman, but like all the other pieces, there was like, oh, this is your long range attacker that could pen side through this. I feel like that's what Gladiator is. He's your pen side range attacker who could get through some of your beefier boys that rely on impervious or toughness or something. So he much better in sealed, but I don't know. He's got Shi'ar. I mean, we did that video. Maybe it's something you could just 75 point, put him in to switch out.
Maybe.
But...
All right. Tylor, is this a good Star Jammer? Hezabah.
No, because none of the other ones are good.
Right. Blink.
Blink's taxi with leadership.
Yeah.
60 points is kind of a meh. And her rally isn't really that good. When Blink makes an attack after resolutions, you may remove her rally die to place
somewhere.
Place. Well, this is written poorly, but to place a hit character up to 5 spaces from their current square.
Oh no! It's place her or a hit character. That's kind of cool.
Oh, it's missing the or in what I was looking at.
Okay.
So that's okay. 60 points is kind of expensive considering we have what's her face, Pixie, who's a cheaper one, and Kate's arguably
there.
Better. Yeah.
Yeah, arguably.
It's only 8 movement.
But
yeah,
Kate doesn't have leadership, right? Isn't that her biggest thing? If you really need a leadership and a taxi, that benefits. But
I feel like there's better ways to get it in 2 separate figures. She's not included in sealed. She's super good in sealed, but
yeah, so not bad, but not
meh.
Yeah, basically.
All right, Exodus. I have something to say about Exodus.
Exodus is the bomb. He's really good, like incredibly good.
I don't like him. I don't think he's good at all.
The problem, I guess, or the reason he's good, is because of Jean Grey.
Which one?
The Chase Jean Grey from XDPS.
You can hurt her? You're gonna run her in and blow her up?
Yeah.
I don't know how viable that is. If it works, let me think about it.
It does.
You would TK her up a bunch or just move her up. Then this go to running shot, mind control. You would need some sort of enhancement to get her to her stop, but then she moves 5. I don't know if the range is there.
That's the kind of the. I don't know. That's some of the secret sauce. I think is there's not many. There's enhancement. Enhancement doesn't work. There's only one way that it works.
Wait, why doesn't enhancement work?
Because it's not an attack.
Specifically his damage value.
Right. Yeah. So you have to up his damage.
It doesn't say printed, does it?
No, but enhancement doesn't work because it's only an attack that does damage.
Yeah, this is an attack and it does damage, right?
No, it doesn't count. It's not officially an attack.
Right.
That does damage.
That's right.
It just has an ability that says it's an after resolutions.
Oh, after resolutions.
Yeah. So you mind control, move up, do all that, and then after resolutions they take the damage.
Right. So the only way to
do it is no, that would work.
The only way.
Only
put a power gem on him, right?
Yeah, you had to put a power gem on him. Yeah, that's the absolutely only way to do it. Shield team ability doesn't work. Enhancement doesn't work.
Can I just? What's his range on that from your starting area? Right, so it would be. So he'd running shot 5, shoot 7. So she'd be in square 12, 13, 14 for the starting area. So mind control in square 14, she moves 5 to square 19, and then it's anything within 4, so 23. So it's all but the back row.
You can also TK her up first, couldn't you? With another.
You have to TK her up.
Yeah, you could TK her up.
I'm counting TK her up. So it'd be one action to TK her, one action to move her, and then this guy will be the mind control. I guess you could TK this guy, and then it'd definitely be full map reach.
So you can also, Latvarian these folks together and use flash. I mean, because you got to remember the other thing. I mean, it's not like it's any reason that you can't, use your last action to replace Jean Grey with Dark Phoenix either.
Wait, is this broken?
No.
This does 4 damage.
I just imagine that meme of the guy looking at the butterfly and you going, "Is this broken?"
Wait, I think it is, right? I can hit everything. So my turn 2, you don't have first immunity. I can deal 4 damage to your entire team without making an attack roll.
3.
Oh, is it
have
3?
to make an attack roll. Right.
I guess you do it to hit her, yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Is it 3 damage? I thought it was 4.
It's 3, and it's not penetrating.
Okay, that's still, and it's not within line of fire, right?
Right.
I'm gonna have to look at this. This might be broken, right?
The issue is
you can't. If they have first turn immunity, I mean, they're not taking damage.
Well, that's why I said my set turn 2. If I win map and go turn 2,
right. So
right? It's full map. That's what I'm saying.
You have to be able. I don't even think the math works out to get full map.
It does. I just did it, right?
I mean, we can't literally see anything that you're doing, so.
So you starting in square 2. This guy moves 5, so he's in square 7. He shoots to square 14, so that's where she's gonna be. She'll TK and move. Right, so now she's in square 14. The mind control puts her to square 19 because she moved 5, and then she blows up within. Isn't it 6?
No.
Is it 4?
3.
3.
Why is it only 3? Why am I? But that's 22. So that's with 3.
Oh
actions.
no,
So you can do
you're
it
you're right. Sorry, you're right. It is 6 squares, Tyler.
Okay, then that's full map. So with 3 actions.
Yeah, you also give up obviously Jean Grey though. I mean, it's not a.
No, I mean,
you can Krakoa and revive her. No, she doesn't have X-Men, so never mind.
You kind of do.
Her and Dark Phoenix, right?
She only goes to her stop click. You don't lose her necessarily.
Yeah, and then they have to deal with her, and if they don't, you're gonna turn her into a Dark Phoenix.
Right, and she would get an attack 2 off potentially with the mind control.
No, not with full map, because you have to move her first.
That's true.
Yeah, she takes her action to move. Yeah.
No, I mean she gets attacked from mind control.
Oh, true. Yes, that's true. And yeah.
Well, if you have I mean, if you're going, are you going X-Men? No, you can't. You have to go Hellfire, right?
You would have to go.
He was saying Latveria.
Right. I mean,
I was gonna say, and if you got a way to.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other way to theme it except for Latveria.
Brotherhood.
I guess Brotherhood. Yeah, I just saw that. No, Jean Grey doesn't have Brotherhood.
No, she has Hellfire. I was just thinking, like, if you had another action and all she doesn't.
Wait,
move,
doesn't
right?
she have X-Men?
No, she does not. She does not.
Okay.
But you could, like, she hasn't taken an action at all at that point, right?
Mm-hmm. She moves to get into place for mind control.
Okay, so it's a TK. She moves and then mind controlled. Is that the action?
Yeah, correct.
Unless someone else also mind controls her, but I guess that doesn't necessarily help.
No,
you could lie a ring to get a 10 range to do it.
You could, but you don't need to. It's already full map.
Just wondering if there's an option where you get them all the way across, blow her up, and then power action to immediately turn her to Dark Phoenix.
There should be, right? Double TK does it, right? If you could just have somebody.
The problem is that turning her immediately into Dark Phoenix doesn't help because Dark Phoenix can't like retail that turn.
Right,
yeah,
but
retail can't act.
Yeah, I don't know what purple line is for Dark Phoenix.
It's the retail line.
Yeah.
Oh, is it just 25 point? Okay, never mind.
It's not the 300 point.
No, I thought it was like she had 5 clicks or something. I thought it was just a little bit higher. Anyway, Exodus has that. That's a trick that's only really going to be relevant for a year. I know that's a while, but considering we're not really thinking there's going to be a lot of tournaments for the rest of the year.
This team just auto beats some teams in Modern on map roll.
But the problem is it's not very high, right? So if you do Doom and Darjean, that's
150.
That's 150. Then 95 for
This guy makes it 250. 245.
245. And then to get the TK,
you'd probably just use.
You have to use 2 flashes.
I mean, there's other options. There's full area, right? She gives you double perplex.
So that's so double perplex. So she's 40, so that's 285, and then you get the
Power Gem, right?
295. So, but that was 1, 2, 3 plus 4.
Yeah.
I mean, you're plus 3. You're down 3 to most other teams that have a full map alpha.
That's true, but there's a lot of teams. I mean, you win if you win map roll, and even if you don't win, like it's still they have to do something to you in your starting area turn 2, or else you do it, and that's hard, because you have perplexes, you got stuff that can stop that.
Yeah, I mean, if you win map against this team, you could probably stop it or at least slow it, because you could pick a map where they don't have the lines of fire for the mind control and the TK. Like Ancient Hold would put a big damper on this, because you just don't have the line of fire to go to the full 6 for TK and then
probably there's a few maps like that. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, that you could just data mine, probably the same thing. Like you could stop the starting zone reach.
No, that's this is kind of true, but kind of not, because you definitely stop their full map reach. But if they still outreach you on those maps, then it doesn't matter.
Right, and I would just like to pause for just 1 second there. It's always good just for the certain, like, I don't even know. The people are like, "Ooh, it's a rock map you're talking about." Is there any other WizKids produced maps that it would make it really hard on?
That's a good point.
What's the other 2? It's Datamine and then
Datamine's
what's
a rock
that one
map.
called? What's the other under the one with the doors?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm looking at maps now to see if anybody
That
has.
negative zone map would make it somewhat difficult, wouldn't it?
Ampetunia. No, they could pick the one side that does have more openness. So, the one Doom's Castle, because you got the elevation that makes it. Well, it's because the elevation you can't TK for 6, because the elevation goes down, so you could TK up to the edge and then mind control off of it. I'm just looking at maps that throw off that initial TK.
Well, no, the initial TK and then her move, right? She's just to get,
right, but this TK would only be for 3.
That's fine. She really only needs 2 to get to where she needs to be.
Right.
Okay.
So,
actually, you don't even need a TK. You don't even need a TK. You just need a perfect remove twice.
Jean also has sidestep, so she can move 11.
Oh, you only need 1 TK, because you just need to get a square 12 out. Because that's his good range. You probably only need to get her 11 out, actually.
Well,
I mean,
if the 3 damage goes 6 squares, right? I mean, you don't need to get her
that's what I'm saying. You only need to get her 11 out, because she can start on square 11. She'll be square 13. Then she moves to square 18. 18 plus 6 is 24, so that's enough. So you don't even need a TK.
So you could probably help counter it a little bit by picking one of the rock maps. Most likely, there might be a WizKids one. I just am looking through, and there's a couple that might slow it down, especially if people aren't expecting it. But if you can slow them down just a bit, then you should be fine. It just makes emotional modifier that much more important.
I don't know if you will be fine. Well,
if you have all right, so most teams now have full map reach, like
most, yeah, I would say.
So emotional modifier shuts this down.
Why?
You could give everyone Battle Fury. There's no more mind controlling. I mean,
or mind controlling Gene.
I know, but you just move up.
You move all the way up and then sit there?
Well, no, you'd have an alpha hit anyway, but I'm saying as precaution, you could say, oh, I move everyone up, I activate emotional modifier, so even if I miss everything, you don't get all the stuff you could do. I mean, emotional modifier is incredibly strong because mind control's a lot stronger right now.
Oh, but you know what?
So
I mean, I guess at least in other news, I mean, I get you. Like, especially if you put it on like Danger Room, you know, Sinister or not Sinister, but
yes,
like Danger Room, Sabretooth. But I guess that's part of the thing here. If you don't have modifier, like Exodus is a really good counter versus the Danger Room guys.
Yeah, it's a 3 damage. It won't kill him, but
4 damage.
Only 4.
Yeah, he has 4 damage. Exodus.
No, they still take 1, right? They take 1 from all sources. I'm pretty sure.
No, it's attacks. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I'd also consider not giving. I mean, if you're doing this Gene thing, fine. But if you're just trying to play him regular, you probably want to give him Reality Gem, right? To give him another target, because dual targeting mind control and dealing 2 people 4 damage feels a lot better than 1 person for 5.
Right.
Oh.
That's just my thought. I mean, the TK is redundant, but he also would get a perplex from that, and the chance to do something based off of a 10 or whatever. But I would.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't have that, Liar Ring is obviously good, just to give him a 10 range as opposed to a 7. But yeah, no, he's good. I mean, he's kind of not that difficult to take out. You deal him 2, and he's got the trade. The mind control's traded, so it's. But you get him to click 3. He's not as threatening because he's stuck with phasing as a movement power. But
yeah, so I think you have to remember too, though, that like that defense power comes into play probably more often than you think, especially against like Doom teams. You know, healing, right? Because of minions of Doom.
It's a friendly.
Never mind.
Yeah, once per turn. But it's an X-Men team, so you're probably going to play some Dark Phoenix. I mean, that's
what's an X-Men team? Oh, are we moved off of the Alpha team now? Just like him without that?
That's like I consider that like a gimmick, if that makes sense. Like a really good gimmick. It's a thing.
I agree. It's like separate.
It's a one trick pony.
Outside of that team, I don't think he's playable in Modern.
I think that trade is good enough that you can build around it and make him like he's not the main focus, but he's a good secondary attacker.
Points though,
but a Krakoan revival person. So I mean, you could use him in that Alpha Strike with maggots or whatever, and have him replace Apocalypse if you really want to. Yeah, just to be like a secondary attacker that can mind control and deal damage afterwards, because that's huge. Like he said, against robot teams, this is huge. Against a lot of other Dark Phoenix teams, that's pretty big because mind control, circumvents a lot of things. So I think he's good. We're not doing our tier maker right now, so we could talk more about that later.
He dies too easy, I think, to be useful that way.
I think that's why I said a secondary attacker. You make it where they have to focus on other things.
But he's Krakoan Revival, so you can't focus on other things. So he's always being focused.
I guess.
Right?
I mean, I don't mind killing the pieces to make them have to be revived, so I keep scoring points and getting cool pogs.
That's true.
So I don't care. I mean, yeah, he's probably an easy target, but if I'm going against him, a bunch of maggots and whatnot, I'm just going to keep killing like the maggots and bishops and stuff just to keep scoring points, getting pogs, and then I'll knock him out. Like, I don't know. He's good. He may not be great outside of the one-hurt pony. But...
Cool.
How about another figure that's
All right, so let's move
I don't
on
know about her.
to Malice.
Yeah.
I mean, why? It's a shame they couldn't have made it 40 points. Like
Why
if she
will
was,
you get a 40?
like it went. No, I'm saying like when Malice would be her optional trait. When she would
Yeah,
be
what do you get
KO'd,
at 40?
you get like a maggot or something, like something
Oh,
useful. But no one's gonna target her because who cares? What does she really do? She's
That's
only
true.
45 points, 10 for 3. I mean, all right, cool.
Yeah,
I mean,
you just ignore her.
Yeah,
So
just,
yeah, I mean 40 would be huge, right? But
yeah, 35, and it's standard, so it's not like you could, she die, you run her out there to die and bring in a Dark Phoenix or something. It's just,
Yeah.
it's kind of whatever. And we already mentioned it before. I mean, Polaris is garbage, so I don't know why you would choose to bring in her. But
I remember getting kind of excited about this piece because you got to bring in. It's like kind of like a pick power pick a figure, but yeah, you're right. If you have anything good on your sideline, they're just going to ignore this piece. So you never bring it in.
right,
yeah,
like I think the only thing that was close but was shot down was bringing in bringing in a secret identity.
Oh.
But that doesn't. But I don't think that works.
No, I don't think so.
yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't bring in a replacement for replacement.
Right. Yes.
Like if they are the replacement figure, you can't also have something on your sideline for that replacement figure. Like it's one of the it's because of shifting focus and the Bike Widow. That's what the precedent is on that, I think.
Yes, yes, that's right. Yes, thank you for reminding me. Yes.
But Malice, another figure that's always been kind of meh. Always does something cool, but it's never cool enough to like crack anything. Like the last Malice we had was like if you kill her, she becomes a possessor or an equipment character. That was the one in Uncanny, and that was cool. But no one ever wanted to kill her. Same with this one. No one ever why would you kill this figure?
Right.
Like just leave her alone. She'll just TK and try to go at you at 10 for 3. 45 points isn't bad for that, but meh.
I'm looking ahead here to 041 Carmella. Ugh.
Unosion.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna try to pronounce it, but I'm like energy shield deflection and impervious. Carmella takes a maximum of 1 damage from attacks that do not deal penetrating damage. Oh man, that's just so like backwards, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like what? Why is that even a thing? Like it's for when someone deals you 4 damage?
Yeah, 4 non-penetrating damage is the only time it comes into play.
Yeah, 4
Wait,
or 5.
why not 3?
Because you reduce it by 2, so you'll take 1.
Oh,
so
takes
the same.
Yeah.
So you do the same. It's the same thing.
Yeah, so it does the same thing. I mean, with damage values going down, right, and damage output going down in general, right? I mean, yeah.
I also hate figures that just have an identity, where they're like, "Yo, we'll give you some, we'll give you a range penetrating passive, and then you get close combat expert."
NESD.
Yeah, it's like, wait, what? No, why?
Yeah.
I don't want to get up close because they'll just. I mean, I have impervious, but like, and they have giant reach. Like, I get it. She could kind of do both, but at the same time, she does neither good.
Right,
Yeah.
she's only got 4 range too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah, me either. All right, Destiny.
Yeah, she sucks.
Destiny's she's very interesting because she has. It's because of her her rally thing. It's whenever a character rolls to attack or break away, you may remove a rally die on Destiny's card to reroll with a result. Like it's interesting because rally dice are not capped. That means that this is not an action of any type, so you can use this as many times a turn as you want, and it doesn't have a range or line of fire limit. So if you have 5 rally dice on this card, then on the other side of the map on your alpha, she is probbing that 5 times in a row. Right?
Yeah.
So like best
If she
case,
wants.
it's crazy. But the problem is that, you know, it takes time to get rally diced, and she's 35 points, which is over cost of her just her dial. So it's like if it, you know, if you think it'll actually happen or not. But she's very interesting.
That's probably a little too expensive for what she does.
That's right.
I think if she was 25 would be a sweet spot.
Right.
25, I'd be willing to pay that for a prob in general.
Yeah.
But no, she doesn't have any movement powers. Like, she's got stealth.
She also doesn't have the X-Men keyword, which is key for Moira, because Moira can't just give her tokens, or else she'd be way better.
She's got Freedom Force, though.
It's a thing. Omega Red, non-prime.
He makes a token.
Sorry, I was eating. I love this piece.
Why?
Well, yeah, why?
Not for meta. I don't think he's good enough, but just the way he's designed. I love this figure. He's so cool.
Why?
Like perfectly what Omega Red is. He's a fun piece to play. He's got that cool cat interaction, right? If you kill his cat or tiger or whatever it is, then he gets +1s. His cat just has some power, and you can place him around. It's just really cool. It's a really cool figure.
Yeah, he's just a little too expensive for me. Just a little bit.
Maybe that's probably
like he already gets the downer part one because he has bad keywords, but also because he's a charge
that's
piece.
probably why he's not meta. Yeah, that's true. The giant reach helps with that a lot. Obviously, he's got good movement. But yeah, I mean, it's not meta. Just because it doesn't really fit into what the meta is, but I just love the dial. It's a super fun, very, very Omega Red dial.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like my favorite casual piece ever.
It's a weird
cool.
thing to say. All right,
Omega Red.
Omega Red Prime.
Why is he
better?
Different? I think it's worse. I think this is the only. I think it's the only Prime that's ever been worse than the regular one.
I mean, charge, flurry, blades, giant reach, sidestep, plasticity, and only 60 points. The only thing taking away from him is he's a prime. That's really the only thing I think that hurts him. He's got a stop click, 60 points, 11 for 3, giant reach if he hits. All hit characters modify attacker damage until your next turn. That's fine. I mean, he's a very solid 60 points. It's just, you may not want to spend your prime slot on that. That's how I feel. I feel like he's a very solid, good keywords, X-Men keyword, X-Force. Those are the only differences between his other ones. But I feel like the prime designation is what makes him probably not meta at all.
Right. I agree.
If he was just normal rare, I'd be like, okay, I'd consider having him on a close range attack team or something, because the sock click is nice and all of that stuff, but nah.
So you're thinking, I guess that makes a little sense on what's a Cracona rival team like we were talking about that carries up close combat figures.
Yeah,
go on there.
Yeah, he could be a piece like that, or you can. He's X-Men, so you could switch him in if you need to. If you're oh hey, but you'd have to not have Bishop or anything else on your sideline.
Sure.
So probably not reasonable, but
okay, that's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, probably most likely not meta at all.
All right. Next up, we have Mr. Sinister, the Scott Porter KO'er.
Scott Porter KO'er.
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Sinister hates Scott Porter. It's confirmed.
Is confirmed.
Yeah, he also suffers though from the whole Mystics problem.
He definitely does.
I could just be like, all right, I'm gonna copy some bogus power with team player. All right, Dark Phoenix, here he comes. Like,
Yes, that is very true. That is a big issue, but there's a ton of team player going around. I wish they just said wild card instead of team player, right?
Well, I mean that would be
Well,
old wording, yeah.
well, and they're not. They couldn't really. Most
No, I'm
likely
saying-
put, like Spider-Man or any of that because it just doesn't fit.
Mm.
But I mean, his flavor text says wild cards, but
Yeah, but that's kind of what those things are. Like, I don't know, maybe.
he's not very good. Also, because he has just garbage keywords. Why could they not? He has such a cool first trait,
That's
and then
why
and then they gave him garbage keywords. It's like
they
here's
did. They're
like-
so.
yeah, it's like cool. All right, during force construction, you may choose a character in your starting force that is less or equal to Mr. Sinister's point value to be his clone. The clone gains all his keywords. Here's his
Sounds
wonderful keywords of Hellions, Horsemen, Marauders, and Weapon X. Like how Horseman is the only relevant one because you could do some shenanigans, I guess, with Apocalypse and dish out Horseman powers because you could just
Hellion. Nope.
make anyone that. Hellions is from TFT. That's all I remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember the actual thing
Right.
for Hellions.
I mean, the other
But
thing
no,
is,
this guy is.
I mean, the other thing is that he's got the lower point dial at 40, so you can make him an Avenger, and then
Right.
get like Dark Phoenix onto the Avengers.
Yeah, so like if you trick him into being something else, then he can be useful.
Right.
But that's hard to do.
Just
And
Avengers.
probably
Just
not
Avengers,
worth it.
I think.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Avengers is the only one I think.
Right.
And
Yeah.
Or
I mean-
I mean, Avengers or Shield. Let's be truthful. People forget Shield is the other one you could choose with Steve.
True. Yeah, this guy, he's solid. He's very solid. Like, he does a lot. Even, like, just his dial's fine. Leadership, Mastermind, Outwit. He's got Sidestep. He's an okay attacker. That trait is really good against things like flashes. Obviously, Scott Porter Pog, like we said. There's a lot of team players out there right now. So, like, I think he could be an okay play. But the keywords is what holds him back.
Yep.
Right.
So we would have to see a reemergence of Avengers or Shield, I think, to really see him see play.
Oh shit.
Dude, you could do Steve brings in him, and then you can choose Trinary as his person, and then Trinary can bring in the Fulcrum Abominus on Avengers.
Right.
That's genius.
And you didn't need Sinister to do that.
Hey,
though.
just that's
So-
genius.
So I think the point is, right, is that someone else brought that up in the thread when this fellow was previewed. But
Did
they did, and the point there is that you've got to learn to go through those thought exercises. Is what's the most extreme way I can do something, right? Because that's what you come around to is what you said and then what Alex said, right? Is that you don't need to include Sinister for that.
Yeah.
So,
No, I know I can.
I mean, you can, but that's the whole point is that you've got you come around to those things. So that's the whole point of all of that.
Caboodle.
Yeah.
Other than that, he's not so great. I mean,
I think it's just the keywords that make him. I think he might be playable if not for that.
his
Tempo?
danger. I mean, if you real quick though, I mean, you compare him to his Danger Room version. I mean,
Oh yeah, you can make his danger. Wait, they can't be masterminded too. It's not as good.
wait, could he? Is it full points? Did they do away with the whole full point thing?
Yeah.
Like, could you isotope? They're both 40 points.
Yeah, You should be able to.
So you could bring someone over doing
Wait.
force construction and then isotope to the
Is it
dangerous
MR period sinister or is it
That-
spelled out
yeah,
mystery?
no, I don't think that matters.
That doesn't
I think they
matter.
said
That-
yeah,
in
that
the
part
rules?
doesn't matter. Yeah.
Okay.
They actually spell it out though.
Then yeah, that's true. Then yeah, you could do it.
Interesting. So there's another isotope potentially if you want to give up the points, which I probably would to switch to Danger Room Sinister, but like if it was an Avenger team. Like if you were trying to do all the shenanigans with Avenger
I see what you're saying.
and then switch over because I think the isotope happens not
after
during
force.
force
It's during the beginning of the game.
Yeah, beginning of the game. So that could be interesting. I don't know if I'd ever try it, but
Yeah,
it is
probably
that
not worth the 15 points.
but it's an isotope that works. That's
Yeah,
what
true.
we're missing is an isotope that's just like, wow, this is an improvement or potential improvement. And I think this one would be. So all right.
Tipo.
Tempo's good. Tempo's solid. She does stuff for your team that it can be very situationally good.
Yeah. Very solid. Probably a rare you'd be probably happy to pull.
Yeah, I would definitely.
And the most generic real name, like Heather Tucker, apparently is her real name. That's like someone you'd go to
She's
high
from
school with.
Wisconsin for sure.
Yeah.
Um,
Like, I'm gonna look up Heather Tucker now. I've never heard of her before. But that just sounds like apparently
from
it's an
Wisconsin?
author. It's apparently an author. I need to put it on.
Oh, okay.
Apparently.
Yeah, she's really good. +3, -3 to speed is obviously the worst thing you can modify, but it's still a +3 modifier, which is really good in a lot of circumstances, right?
But I mean, I'm just looking at her. 35 points, super low. You just play her on an X-Men team to go across so you can turn off super senses. You have a prob, and then you make your taxi have a +3.
Yeah.
Like that's super solid for 35 points. And then she can attack next turn if you really want her to. But I'm just imagining her as being, all right, my taxi has +3. I'm gonna turn off all these super senses adjacent to my eenies and meanies, and then I have a prob for them if they really need it.
Yeah,
like,
definitely.
That's how I'm imagining this, because that
You can also just like bring her in with X-Men against a team that has a lot of super senses.
yeah,
As an option.
like Wonder Woman teams who have the bonus to
Right.
super senses. She
Mhm.
shuts all that down.
True.
It's a super good piece. So
I-
she is at an appropriate point value.
I think she's solid.
Yeah, she's solid support piece for sure. Shadow King.
Shadow King. He's very close. He just really needed Power Cosmic because you can just outwit that power and it's not good. Right?
He heals after every mind control though.
Yeah.
And he can mastermind to someone with a servant token. That's
Right.
within range.
Yeah, but you can outwit his mastermind. So
Right, but I mean that's true. I'm just looking at it like I wouldn't ever play him at 100 points.
no,
I think
no one would.
maybe at 40.
He's
I
only
think
40.
yeah, maybe
He
at
has
40.
no movement
'cause
attack, right? I mean, that's a big deal.
Right.
That's a big problem.
Yeah, so the thing there's ways around that. So I was saying when I first saw this guy, I was like, man, I can give this guy's Waldo arms. If I hit like a 5 or a 6, I can close mind control after carrying 3 people, and then I'm just there and they can't do anything about it because I'll mastermind to him. But then it doesn't matter because he has.
You don't get close
you know
mind
what?
control again because it's mind control is,
Yes, you do. It's just this close attack. Make a close attack.
but it's just a vanilla attack.
yes.
It doesn't say that.
Yes, mind control. Yes, and then mind control says close or range, like in big letters. So you have to do a close or range action.
Right.
Not just a normal attack.
Yeah, not a lowercase one.
I mean, you could put Tyler's favorite equipment on there. Not equipment, but you could just give him Galactus if you really want him to have Power Cosmic.
Yeah, but then he doesn't get move and attack.
I mean, he does like turn 2 or 3 if you move him up.
Yeah, if you. Yeah, but the point is you can't move him up because he's 17 toughness for 40 points.
I know. No, you would only put Galactus on him at 100. You would never put Galactus on him at 40. That's definitely not cost effective. So
I think he's close. I think if he would be worth looking at if he had Power Cosmic, but you can just outwit him, so it's nothing.
he'd be great if he had shoot, what's his name? Oh, I was gonna make a joke and now I can't remember who he is. He'd be great if he had running shot. So if he had Black Hand, and if he is equipped with Black Hand,
yes, that is true. He would be pretty good then.
I just remember Black Hand being everyone's solution to running shot for a while.
It was. All right, Rare Beast.
I don't understand this because it's just a glow. So is remove beast rally die to use out? No, it's the other thing. Close combat expert free. Remove a rally die from a friendly character. If you do, give a rally die to another friendly character. But rally is global.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
it's a global effect. He could just do it wherever.
No. So whenever you get a rally die, you give it to anyone on your team.
Only one though.
Yeah, it's only one person.
Right, but then every time I get a rally die, I can choose who I give it to.
Yeah.
So why would I want to switch it after I pick?
Because situations could change.
I don't know. If I ever I don't know. That seems dumb. Because if I'm playing a rally team, I'm playing like Mimic or some like central figure that I want rally on, you know? I'm giving it to Mimic.
Right. But there might be instances or teams that like the rally die, like Colossus or something, you would give it to him for extra protection, but if he keeps rolling impervious rolls anyway and doesn't need that 5 or 6 that you get, you might say, okay, well, he survived that round. I didn't think he was going to survive that round. I'm going to free action move it to my attacker. Like, there are strategic potential with it. Is it very likely you're going to do it? No. But there are instances where I could see saying, all right, I'm moving Colossus up. I want him to have the rally die first, so that way, you know, they're going to have to go through him. And then when it's my turn, I'm going to switch that rally die off of him to Mimic so he can pick a power and go attack or something.
I understand that there are limited use cases, but like it's so narrow, and they clearly added that into the points that it just seems dumb to me. Because you're never going realistically, you're never going to use that power ever.
Well, it's just another case in point of we're never going to have a good beast like we had with the Call-in Regenesis beast. Like, that was the best time beast was ever used, I think.
Probably.
Like, if you go through, like, I did a search through, like, isotope potential. There's so many freaking beasts out there. Like, I feel like there's at least 8 beasts.
Yep. The problem probably with beasts as a design point is it's hard to design because he's going to be a close combat piece and he's also going to be a support piece, and that's really hard to make a piece like that that's good.
Right.
Because you have designated pieces.
It's just a piece that I don't know. It's you'll probably never play this. 60 points is just way too much for what he does. If it was 40 or like if you took off some of the clicks and just took them down to 40, I think he'd be a little bit more playable. But
man, that's gonna come up again real soon.
What?
Dark Beast.
Oh.
Man, if you just took about a few clicks of those off and dropped this guy down to 40, he'd be real good.
Yep, he's like half the points.
You get it, because that's just what you said.
Yeah.
Transitioned.
Yeah, that's a good transition.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much that. Kind of the same thing. They made him an attacker because he's Beast, but he also does a really cool thing because he's Beast. So now he's just overcosted.
Well, it's Dark Beast. He's much more aggressive than.
But it's the same issue. He does something really cool, but they didn't just make him that cool thing. They also made him close combat piece, and that inflated his point cost too much.
I think he still has potential, even at 70.
I agree, because he does something that nobody else does, and it's something that every team wants to do, right? there's crazy things you can do with this power. You can give a Dark Phoenix hypersonic speed as an example. Yeah, there's tons of things you can do with that slingshot that was mentioned in that post that Brian made. Like it's very, very good, like crazy good.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where if it was on a vanilla dial that was 40 points, it would probably see some play. But it's just too much because they also made him an attacker.
But he needs to be an attacker, though. I mean, if you think about if you're trying to be comic accurate, this is.
I agree with this.
Jason might agree. This is pretty comic accurate. He hurts people to do his research.
Sure,
Like,
and I
Right.
agree with that. But
I
just
think
talking
that could have been shown by just not having the extra free
poison clicks.
Poison and
Right.
like you could have given the poison and plasticity, I think, up front and dropped the charged blades.
Well, no, he starts the game with a research token, and then when he hits, he gets another one. So he has to hit something to keep getting research tokens.
He does, but you're probably not building a team around that. You're building a team around, I'm going to give this one piece, this one power, and then if I get more later, it'll be good. But
yeah, maybe.
I just want to give Juggernaut exploit for cheap, damn it, okay?
I mean, it's good keywords. Like, the keywords are solid. Like, monsters, scientists, X-Men. I mean,
wait,
that's
you
good.
Want to give Juggernaut probably Flurry, right? Because he doesn't have Flurry, right?
Right. No, I just dump a power gem on him and then put exploit on him.
Yeah, or Flurry.
Yeah, or
either one.
Yeah, Flurry. Yeah.
No, I think penetrating damage is better. But okay.
Probably. I mean, in some situations, for sure.
I think I have most experience here to know. So.
You are the world's best Juggernaut player, Jason. So that is an accurate statement. So.
Tylor wouldn't know. He wouldn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, but there's a lot of pieces that can use this very well, and so. That's it.
As there, who would be? We don't really have to deep dive into this because none of us seems to really like Dark Beast. But who's your go-to experiment to put on the sideline?
It just depends. I'm playing this guy for one power, so it's whoever has that one power.
What's the one power? The Flurry?
Flurry. You could do hypersonic. It just depends on who. Right. Those are some of the more powerful powers to add. Right. Just things that combo with other things.
Yep.
Right.
You can give it some sort of figure steel energy. I'm not sure who would need that, but
yeah. But yeah, that's about it, I think, for him.
Warstar.
Mm-hmm. Warstar. Didn't we already see this guy?
Just a robot.
And
who am I thinking? Oh, I'm thinking of Warpath.
Oh, this guy's from way back from Wolverine and the X-Men.
Does he differ much from Warpath?
Yeah.
Yes.
Completely different.
Okay.
He's
Cover
like
reflexes
an alien robot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Probability control, but only target himself or B'ni. Oh, he makes a Pog. Wait,
right.
3 once per game. Generate B'ni. If B'ni is KO'd by opposing attack, this game B'ni will make. Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the problem is that he's not
great.
The problem is that he's not nearly as good as the Wolverine and the X-Men Warstar.
I don't know who that is or what that does.
He was just really good. He made a bunch of attacks in one turn.
This guy's cool. I like figures that make fun pogs. They're fun. They're flavorful.
Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, he's
quite good
okay.
enough though. Dakin.
Nope, this is Dakin. Dakin is later.
Okay, Dakin. This is the one everybody's after because he can't be healed and can't use stop, right? Are you ever
healed, can't be stopped.
Are you ever going to get him into position to do this?
He can charge without having his speed? Maybe. Right? That seems pretty good. He's got stealth.
Sidestep. Sidestep.
So he's moving 11 to do it. And he has stealth to approach. When Dakin hits, give each a poison token. characters with poison tokens can't be healed and can't use stop for the rest of the game. Oh, and that you can't get rid of that. That's just there forever. That's kind of cool. This guy goes through a lot. The big thing is, I mean, he kind of just does what Juggernaut does for 30 less points. Obviously he's not, 100-point Juggernaut has a lot of other things going for him. He's more of a temple. This guy's more of like a missile that's just gonna die afterwards. I think he's worth considering, especially because you can switch him in and out. I don't think he's like super good because his defenses aren't there.
All right, Tylor, is Chode a good Starjammer?
No.
Okay. All right, and our first super rare is Emperor Vulcan, who does not have a prime in this set.
What?
That's true.
Right. So
what?
Emperor Gladiator is the one that has the prime that we were talking about today, Tylor.
Oh. Okay. I just would have assumed, but I guess that makes sense.
Right. So is Emperor Vulcan of the Rise and Fall set any good?
He's okay.
Not really. No, not any of them really. 110. He just doesn't do anything fantastic.
I mean, he doesn't stand out
there.
anyway.
Well, I mean, he's not a Fantastic Four, so he's not going to do anything fantastic.
I mean,
wow.
We
talked leadership.
We talked about this on our switching out thing, the switch out with Shi'ar and X-Men, but 110 points. No, he's nothing to write home about. It's hard to compare when we had the Prime one, which for a while and still is pretty good from House of X. So it's like even the rare one from House of X, I think, might be better than this.
Mm-hmm. I think though, because like I'm just thinking in my head, like this is a great piece in sealed, and people are playing sealed with this set. So like he's
you play this in sealed, yeah.
You definitely play it in sealed. You're happy to pull it, I think, but because it's got leadership, mastermind, and it creates like new object or new guys if you pull them.
Yeah, it creates its own mastermind fodder.
Yeah,
so that's nice.
I guess my only problem with that is I'm not a big fan of creating figures that will cost you points if they die. Like it'll still cost you 20 points.
Yeah.
It's just for 30 more points. I would almost rather play the rare Vulcan who has like a hypersonic for 5 damage and like can do other stuff and heals. This guy's just kind of like, he looks like he should be a rare. Like if you were looking at just the dial, you're like, okay, this looks like a rare dial. Like we just talked about, what's his face that looks very similar to this? Kid Gladiator.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's so much better.
Yeah, Kid Gladiator is 30 points cheaper, 35 points cheaper.
That's sure. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
And they do the same thing, except he has a leadership and mastermind. The cosmic energy is something. I mean, I'll give him that. So you can't outwit the mastermind just easily.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Not super excited.
It was solid.
I feel like if you don't reduce penetrating damage anymore, or have
it feels like you're a step behind for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's so much Side Blast now, so much exploit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true.
I think I'd rather have super senses than impervious. Like,
yeah, almost. Yeah, and Invincible's bench. So
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, you can just see that, like, and it's still just apparent in this set, too, with the benching, that those first 3 clicks would have had something.
Invincible? I think that's about it.
No, the damage slot.
Oh, yeah. But he has
nothing
there. Yeah.
What? Range combat expert?
Leadership, maybe? I don't know. I mean, I'm just
that's
saying,
traded.
I'm not saying. Oh, sorry.
Leadership is not benched.
Leadership's not benched though.
Well, okay, so maybe like a shape change, or I don't know, maybe a perplex. Perplex is benched, right?
Maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, if powers weren't benched, maybe they would have given him another trait or something. But
Or hypersonic. That's, since nobody can use hypersonic anymore, we get a lot of running shot now. That is fair. I've noticed that.
yeah. Oh well.
Yeah. Yeah. No, moving on.
Yep. Moving along. Deathbird.
I read this piece and forgot about it, so she's probably bad.
Yeah. She's not great.
Trade mastermind within 4 squares.
She doesn't generate.
Oh, it's the same as the other one.
Yeah, she doesn't generate though.
No, but they get the
flag still.
The
but
flag and the mastermind within 4 isn't bad. I mean, she's okay, but once again, this feels like a rare dial.
Right.
Or this feels like
Yeah.
a rare piece.
Blades. Yeah, this is a meh. I'm glad I forgot you. I will forget you again.
All right.
Like once again, I mean, I get it that she has the attack power of the whole dial, but I mean, when are you not
makes
choosing
her versatile? But
when are you not choosing energy explosion top dial? Like
she also
poison.
She has combat reflexes and a running shot. Ugh.
Like the defensive powers should have been reversed.
Yeah, for sure. She'd be
the first 3 click and the last 3. Like running shot, she should have super senses, and charge, she should have combat reflexes.
For sure.
I mean, if you could running shot adjacent to somebody like you used to could do, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you could choose poison the next turn or something. And
yeah, like that bullseye. I love that piece. Running shot. Close combat.
Yeah.
You played him a ton. Yeah.
I did play him. What do you mean?
I'm just playing.
That was the good one. He was like a super rare. He was on teams.
All right.
Emma Frost.
Emma Frost.
A lot of blue powers.
It is. It's a very solid dial. It's like you got good powers, good combat,
values.
Yeah.
The whole dial.
I mean, are you playing 125 points to play this on your team? I don't think.
Maybe, man. Like the stats. The stats are just 12 attack, 4 damage, triple target.
I get that, but I mean, you can do these things for cheaper.
Well, yeah, you would. I don't think you're ever playing at 125. 75, 5 clicks with a stop click. That's solid.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Her Cerebra power is probably what makes her relatively playable. Being able to choose choose blocking, so you can use it and improve targeting blocking and mind control through it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta choose 2, right?
If she has an action for each action token on her, you could choose an additional one. So
right.
Her rally is kind of the boring rally where you just replace an attack die with a
man.
But she's
I don't know.
But she's triple target mind control. They can shoot through anything.
Yeah, right. But even her Cerebra power, you got other characters that can do this for a whole lot cheaper.
You do.
You can mind control through all that shit with Ultra Human Eye for 25 points.
What's the clay guy?
Puppet Master can do it for 40. Puppet Master, he can do it for 40.
Yeah, with the clay, right?
Yeah, it's just
true. She has the keywords though.
Yeah, if you're gonna play an X-Men team, okay.
And she has stop click
or Hellfire. Yeah. I'm not saying she's bad. I'm just saying if that's her main thing, it's done cheaper by other stuff.
Yeah,
I agree.
I like this hot take from Jason. I'm down. I'm here for I'm here for Jason's hot take.
Well, yeah, wait. I can. Look at it. If I want to do this, I can Ultra Human Knight for 25. Then I can play Sky Tyrant for 50, and I get 75 points invested. You tell me that's not better?
It's such a solid dial.
I think it's a triple target is what does
Tyler,
it for me.
Here's my thing. Here's what I'll say. Is that you're seeing such a super solid dial and you're sad that it is that bad.
Maybe that's it. Maybe.
It just doesn't compete. right?
I'll
Like,
concede. I will say though that she probably makes some sidelines on X-Men team.
Yeah.
Thinking she can switch
or
them out.
Hellfire.
Or Hellfire,
Yeah,
yeah, just because you can
I
switch
will
out.
concede that.
Yeah, okay. We've reached an accord on Emma
I
Frost.
think it would be better if she had Krakoa.
We are.
Yes,
if she
I would agree with that.
if she did.
If she was 125 Krakoa, that would be a lot better.
That would be a little better.
I mean, I don't know. She's got the Quiet Council keyword, so shit. Why not? Why does she not have Krakoa?
Yeah, she should
probably
have
you're right by the story. She should. They just didn't want to make another Emma with the trait.
I don't know. Like, I don't know. So what? Give me a good
Imagine
one.
imagine how much she cost then.
Well,
125.
Didn't you want her to cost more?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say 125. Give me Krakoa. She's probably a little bit more loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is Duckin.
Dakin, sweet.
No.
Sucks.
Oh my god.
This is Ken.
It's Dakin, right?
It's
Wolverine's son.
It's
Wolverine's son.
Oh my
right?
gosh, it's
Oh.
Duckin, Alex. So
Sucks is what it is.
why? I mean, I don't know. Like, it's just one of those things. Like I said this at the start of the review, and just for those like keeping track, we've been recording this at review for 3 weeks now. So what's been 3 weeks for us has been a couple hours for y'all. Like, I get that this is an accurate representation of Dakin from, at least from XCPS, right? Because he was the bad guy in the Imcrine Crystal, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
It seems accurate, right? Like, after he got out of the, like, once he got trapped in the Imcrine Crystal, like that kind of what those last two clicks kind of remind me of. But a 12? A 12?
Oh, you're looking at combat values.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, that's like Infinity Challenge stuff right there.
Yeah, 12 regen. That's definitely wow.
8 attack, 1 damage.
Yeah, he doesn't do enough.
His special thing doesn't do any. It's like you deal 1 damage, you make both of you immortal or immune.
Right.
No, he doesn't get immune, does he? It can't target.
No, it's just the character.
Yeah.
Oh.
You give the hit character,
They just can't target him.
The hit character gets immune. Right?
Yeah.
So giving the hit character immune is pretty good. Like, for a character that you hit.
Is that good?
Why would you want to give them immune?
Right, because once they get immune, you can't damage them any further that turn or target them.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a bad thing.
Yeah.
Did we miss sarcasm?
I don't know,
I
Tyler.
don't know, he sucks. Why are we wasting time on him? He sucks.
All right, let's talk about Blackheart. We'll spend a little time here.
Woo!
And then PJ Bone wants to know, with the coming of Blackheart, does this mean Tylor will actually build a team with access to main support powers?
I resent this question. All right, I have, I've worked through that already. Okay, I've solved that issue. I built it already with support powers. Thank you very much.
Is there video evidence of this?
I had Captain Marvel. I played Captain Marvel team.
Captain
and
Marvel
robots.
does not count.
I played robots. Robots has prob and perplex and outwit.
Let's
All
be fair.
three.
TJ built that. PJ built that team.
PJ did say that robots doesn't count.
Yeah, you didn't build that team.
No, the Captain Marvel team had perplexes and probs. I don't think it had outwit. But it had like 3 perplexes and probs.
Right, but you mostly that was mostly because you needed leadership.
I played pieces with support powers.
Yeah,
that had leadership, and then they just happened to have perplex.
That's neither here nor there.
All right, so
my motives are of no consequence.
So Blackheart, 2 stop clicks at the end for 75. Right, warning shot, EE prob.
Hold up.
What?
We got it. Okay, hold on.
Well, all right. What do you want to do?
Traits. Leadership. When Blackheart uses it instead of normal effects, you can create a Hellfire Guard on click 1. That's really good because it gives Hellfire mastermind fodder, like throughout the, every time you hit it. Heart of Darkness. If a character has been KO'd since your last turn, black card deals penetrating damage. That's good. And then he has once per turn, he could KO a friendly character, a friendly Hellfire guard, like that he can generate. And then he heals a click. All of his action tokens are removed, and then he gets to make charge or running shots free. And then he has
So good.
Yeah, double stop clicks, and they're stop click mastermind with cosmic energy, so you can't outwit anything. And when it clicks first revealed, you get another Hellfire guard that you can mastermind. That's 2. You get 2 because it's twice. He's crazy good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great stats, running shot, prob. Yeah, he's got mystics, which is still not the best thing, but with 2 stop clicks, he's kind of safe, and Mystic has gotten a little bit better because Secret 6 is not like Mystics that much.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if he's healing that much, and you have 2 stop clicks to go through, and you're just wearing your opponent down.
Right, because you heal off the stop.
Yeah.
It's at least 3 attacks, 3 mystics to kill him, and then you can heal.
Okay.
Like I feel like against the danger room constructs, he just wins because
he does. Yeah.
Pacing them.
Yeah.
Like.
For sure.
So, Sinister. So there's 2 notes. Sinister does get invincible.
Okay. Note 1. Noted.
And note number 2. I mean, doesn't Secret 6 just outwit the stop click and one shot him? Well, outwit mastermind, outwit stop click, yeet a source, he's dead.
But they do that to everything. What's your point?
Right. Well, just like.
Well, that's the problem, right? I mean, that's the realistic. That's the reality that we're in right now.
Well,
right.
No.
There's absolutely nothing that they can't do that to.
That's not the reality that we're in because, they have to get line on him with 2 outwits.
Well, you're also thinking about playing 2 black hearts right on a team.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if Sky Tyrant kills 1, then he's traded 50 for 75.
Yeah, he's also given me 2 things that you generate because you still generate them because it's when it's revealed, right? So then my next turn. My second.
No, you just outwit that whole power, so you don't have it. You don't get to generate them.
Oh, no, because you have to outwit. Oh, you're using 2 outwits. So if you get 2 outwit lines on this guy, which you're probably not gonna do.
Well, if you get 1 with Scarab, you're getting 2 with Scarab.
Why do you have to do 2?
Because you need to.
He has to outwit Mastermind.
You have to outwit Mastermind.
Mastermind's on a stop click,
no,
right?
the Hellfire Club guard.
Gives them Mastermind.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so I'm saying ideal situation, they've generated at least 1 Hellfire Club guard, and then he just gets one-shotted.
If you get 2 outwit lines on him.
If you only got to have 1, because if you get 1, you get 2.
My only downside.
That's not true.
No, because Scarab's going to do it through an equipment or an object.
Maybe if you can, if I let you.
Okay, guys.
Well, you can't just assume these things.
Yeah. Okay, but we can throw Secret 6 a little bit out, right? Because it's kind of the exception to everything we've been talking about today. Like we've been talking, or during this recording, we're like, oh, this is great. There's Secret 6. Like that's just.
Well, no, I get it, right? When we've buried that, but we've talked about things that are a little bit Secret 6 proof, like the swap out team, right?
Right, which he's a part of. Mm-hmm. He could be a part of.
Right.
He's great with. Yeah, go ahead.
My only downside to him, I think, is I don't really like stop clicks with just Mastermind, because that could just be poisoned through. Like Vulcan could just start poisoning through it. I mean, anybody can poison through it, to be honest. And with the change to where if you have multiple targets, you could target 2 people with a close attack. Mm-hmm. Quake. There's a lot of ways to get it through Mastermind. Not saying it's not good. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying there's a couple additional ways that you have to think about.
I agree. His are a little bit better because he generates something he can mastermind too, so that helps it out a little bit. And then also, I can't remember the also, but that one point.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
right.
And also, like, this guy has full map reach on his own turn 1 if you KO a guard. So like that's just by himself he can get across the board. Like it's got a lot of potential. It's very mobile. I like this guy a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. He's
I would
doing
say
really good.
one thing. The only other thing I'll say about this,
Mhm.
just to not so we don't just pour on the sugar and say how great it is. You do have to be mindful of your point economy, essentially, because I feel like he falls into a similar trap with like Chase Black Widow, where you're just I'm bringing in Widow recruits, tons of Widow recruits, and next thing you know,
True.
you're down 100 points because you KO'd your own Hellfire clubs. That's 25 points.
Yeah,
And
you're
then
gonna be burning through those things if you're playing this guy.
Right, so you have to be mindful of that because there's been quite a few games I've seen where someone's playing Widow, burning through all those Widow recruits, and it's like, hey, I'm up like 150 to your 75,
Right?
Because I killed all these Widow recruits.
Maybe
that could
that's-
happen with Blackheart because they're also 25 points for the little guys. So just something to keep in mind.
I agree.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe that's why I like him because he forces you to be so aggressive.
Right.
Because you need to score points.
Right. It's the same trap people fall in with Krakoan Revival. It's like you don't think about how much points you're giving up because you're trying to be so aggressive, but if your aggression doesn't work, if it fails somehow or they hit some key rollouts, well, now you're down on points, and it's going to be a lot harder for you to be aggressive because you're going to have to give up more points. But he's still great. I'm just trying to make the point of you got to be mindful.
Yeah,
That's fair. True.
agreed. All right, and there'll be more to come with Blackheart. I mean, he's going to be a thing, I think, right? I mean, we'll talk about him in our tier maker. I think he's solid.
I think it's the first one we've really talked about that's been super solid. Like build
A
around
tier.
piece. A build around piece,
Sure.
I should say. Like not including the switch out pieces, but like the first one that's like, okay, we could really build around the traits and stuff that he has here.
No, excuse me. Sorry for blowing out your earpods there, folks. I couldn't mute fast enough.
Forgive you.
All right, up next, the guy with the sword. That's all I know him as.
Orvish Rookshire.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is the dude with the giant sword. Yeah, I remember this guy.
I don't
Okay.
know what he does in the story. I just remember seeing he's there with Rachel, right?
He's
He
got
joins
blade.
up with he joins up with the Starjammers and those guys. I can't remember.
Oh,
it's
he's
been a
got
while
the
since I read that.
Starjammer keyword. Makes me like him less.
He's got Phoenix Force, though.
Yeah. It's been a
Okay,
while since I
that
read
makes
this,
it. That
this
brings it
book.
back.
Oh gosh, I mean, but guys, it's just a charge piece.
Yeah.
Attack deals penetrating damage 4 to 6. Oh, okay.
But it doesn't.
I just thought it was cool they made this character. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna move on to the Brood Queen.
It's a little sad for a super rare, I will say that.
Yes, I agree.
Oh, definitely.
Right.
Yeah, it
It's
shouldn't
a-
be a super rare.
Yeah,
He's
it's a
got-
charge
he's got
flurry
a-
piece.
He's got a range for some reason. But
He can throw the sword. That's
It's
gotta
a
be
bit-
it, right? It's the guy with the sword.
It's a really big sword.
Mm.
So he can reach 5. Okay, anyway. Brood Queen.
So like the umpteenth leadership mastermind piece of the set.
Yeah,
That is true.
I
That
mean,
is
I
fair.
think-
There's
I'll
a
say
lot of
this.
mastermind.
I'll say this: Brood Queen seems very much like a queen of insects.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's it. That's
She had an
all.
awesome sculpt.
Yeah, the sculpt is awesome, right?
Leadership may generate I wish you could generate 2 at a time, just to like really like say, she's like spawning.
Yeah, but remember, we kind of trashed the Brood a bit because it's not good. Like the
It is not.
figure.
I agree. Yeah, this is not good.
She's not
But at
good
least
either.
make it fun to play for people who want to play Brood. At least think of them.
Okay.
I mean, she doesn't buff them or anything. Like,
Right, like, yeah, it could have been so, like, and Brood are never really good, right? Like, even, I remember them being not great. So,
Are they ever good in
they needed.
Are they ever good in the comics? Like, are they like a force to be reckoned with?
I don't.
Well,
The only
yeah.
Brood I ever read
Yeah.
in a comic was the one on Planet Hulk.
Wait, what are you talking about? Yes, they're like
they're horrible.
yeah, they infest planets and take over everything. They're like horrific. Like they're incredibly strong. It's
Are they?
Yeah.
So they shouldn't be 15 points.
no,
No,
they should.
no.
They swarm. So
Mhm.
in certain instances, I
Oh,
could see 15 points them swarming and whatnot. But I remember as a kid, one of the first X-Men books I ever read, like a little kid's book, was the one about like Brood, like the X-Men dealing with the Brood, and it was, I don't know why I got that book, because
Yeah.
man, it is some dark stuff. It's like, yeah, we stuck a Brood hatchling in all of the X-Men, but like Carol Danvers like was experimented on because for some reason or whatever. That's when she became
Like,
forget what. Not Captain Marvel. She was the not Dazzler. Yeah, Dazzler. It was something. She was in it, but all I remember, it was horrific.
like they're kind of like the xenomorphs of the Marvel universe.
Mm-hmm.
Kinda, if you want to picture it that way. Yeah, they're
Yep.
nasty.
Okay.
Yes.
Like, they should like almost like resurrect your, like, kill your pieces. They should like resurrect them on their own force or something.
All right.
If you want to
opportunity.
if you want a comparison, not in like, think of it like the Borg, but just how the general feeling of the Borg is. Like people
With the
are
flood.
or the flood. Like
Yes,
everyone's
yeah, there you go.
afraid of them because they just get into your head. They take over things. That's what the Brood is.
Okay. Yeah, that's a missed opportunity then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Angel?
The Uncanny X-Men one was better. So.
Oh, for sure. Angel?
Not as good as the not as good as the
characters.
The deep cuts one. Yeah.
Why would he ever need improved moving characters? Because he's a flyer, and plus he doesn't stop you anymore.
Break away for charge.
Yeah.
Oh, true.
And then it's the free move. His rally die needs it as well.
What does that do? Remove. Oh, you get to just move?
You move, and then if you go after resolutions, you may choose a standard character with a friendly character with the X-Men keyword. He moved through with that action and place that character adjacent to him.
That's pretty cool. He's probably not meta, but that makes me like he's that's pretty cool.
That's what Fat Spider-Man did, except he has to get a die to do it.
But it's free.
45 points for that many clicks and what he does isn't actually that terrible.
Yeah, he's got Empower. It's like a free place 2 characters. That's like not many people can do that.
If you have you can play the deep cuts one for 30 points and get like the same stuff.
Does he have also Horseman? The deep cuts one? I don't remember what the deep cuts
I
one
don't
was.
I don't think so, but I'd have to go back and look.
Horseman's one of those keywords where I'm always like, Apocalypse does some fun stuff with Horseman, but just not fun enough. But it's enough to be like in the back of my mind whenever I hear Horseman. I'm like, oh yeah, Apocalypse.
Yeah, I don't mind this guy. Like he's probably not seeing competitive play, but he's cool.
It's a shame he doesn't blow up. That's what I think now of every angel since we had the Age of Apocalypse angel that just blows up at the end.
Yep.
Well, Nate's no longer on Facebook, so he probably doesn't even listen to us anymore. So
man, I'm sad. I thought about that the other day. I miss Nate.
Oh yeah.
All right, the non-prime gladiator. Meh.
It's a vampire dial.
It's a vampire dial. Yeah.
But it's a good vampire dial.
No, hold on, because we've been waiting for that. That's a mythical thing. You can't. This is the false
cosmic energy. Like he's better than Firstborn. I feel like.
Like the good vampire dial was like the vampire jubilee that you used to could like steal energy from multiple things and you quake.
Right, but he could too. I mean, the key thing is, in my mind, a good vampire is someone who could steal energy from range. Like that instantly puts him as a mediocre vampire.
That puts him as a
most
better
vampire are
vampire,
bad.
right? So, but here's my thought, right? I look at all these vampires, and we've had vampires, Jubilee, and then we had one in Nick Fury's set, and just like, oh my gosh, just bleh. Like the change to willpower, right, or where nobody takes pushing damage helps out a lot of them. But here's my thought on how to make a good vampire dial, because this is not one. Be able to heal somehow. I'm not saying withstand energy. Be able to heal somehow with your own team. Some sort of like siphon energy from your friendlies, right? Like
you're saying something broken.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why we're here, Alex.
I mean, we're not just talking about broken. We're talking about good pieces. But I get the point.
Right. So, and then second of all, he needs to be able to heal, like Jason mentioned, be able to heal multiple times. So, like, if I could say deal a click to unavoidable, right? Make it to where it has to happen, right? Deal an unavoidable to a friendly character, I heal a click. Do it the second turn. And then, or if I had dual targets or quake, I can heal up multiple times. Right? So, yeah, broken. Right? So, like, I know Lockjaw just retired. But
yeah, anything that damages your own fingers is going to be, like,
right,
very good.
Very good, right? But, like, Gladiator plus Lockjaw, right? In my mythical scenario here, right? Lockjaw goes from click 1 to click 2. Lockjaw goes from click 2 to click 3. And then turn 2, when you're ready to go, Gladiator's on a 12 attack, 4 damage, Psyblast with a 19 defense, and he's ready to rock and roll.
Sure, but you're selling it as a negative, like deal 1 damage to yourself. But if they printed a 25-point piece that said deal 1 damage to a friendly character, that piece would be played because
They did that, and it was 15. They did that, and it was 15 points.
What's her name?
It was Blind Al.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
So let's just remember that Dan's talking about his crazy fantasy version of HeroClix where everything is broken.
Yeah,
but that's, you don't understand. You don't understand. That's the point.
Oh, I do understand.
No, I know you do understand, but that's what I run into. That's what you freaking run into right now. Is like Secret Six utterly broken, right? They get around protected, safeguard, outwit.
That does suck. I agree with that.
Right. That is completely broken.
Yeah. That should never have happened.
That should have never happened.
Wait.
No.
Wait. You're a fan of Balls of Fury who did the same thing. What? What? You're sitting here saying that should never have happened. Let's bring Balls of Fury back with a legacy card.
That he's got you there. That's the point.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, that should have never happened either.
The problem with Secret Six isn't the outwit; it's the scare of being able to do it through objects from across the field.
That too, but so hold on. Let me be clear here. Nick Fury was 120 points. I can get 2 Scarabs and a Giganta for that same cost, almost a Giganta for that same.
Yeah, but then you're not outwitting through stuff if you're only paying that much.
Yeah, you got to pay more.
Right, but
because you need 6
for 2 Nick Furies.
Right, but they're all so good that doesn't matter.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a problem. Like I was thinking about this, it would not have been a problem if they didn't, because it's a negative, right? You have to play all these things and then you get this really cool effect, and it's a 6. You need 6 of them, and then they made 4 of them the 4 best pieces in Modern, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I can just imagine when they dreamed this up. Oh, we'll tone this down by making you play 6 of them, and then goddamn, we made them all fucking great.
Yeah, they're like literally the 4 best pieces of Modern almost.
They really, and we're kind of getting off on a tangent here. They really should have limited it like the old Secret Six, where you have to literally have 6, and then as soon as you lose one and you go below 6, that
Well, that's what happens, is it not?
Yeah, you do lose it. Yeah, you do lose it. So
No, if you go
never
below
mind.
6, right? But no, I think the old Secret 6 was exactly 6, right?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
It was above 6. It was above 6.
It was above 6 too. That counted.
Was
yeah.
it?
Yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
I thought it was
because
exactly,
because people played the Sharks with tribbles.
Yeah. Yes.
okay.
Yeah,
That's
That's
what it was.
right. Never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
they're just all good.
there's no slacker on the Secret 16.
Yeah, you're not suffering for playing, which is the point of the trait. You have to have a negative for your team to have a positive, and then they remove the negative.
Right.
So to get us kind of back on track.
Oh yeah, we're talking about Gladiator.
Yeah, we're talking about Gladiator. By the way, guys, you know who has definitely not aged well, even though it's back in Wolverine and X-Men? Jubilee really is not that great when you look at Jubilee anymore.
I
just
agree
went
with
back
that.
to
I
look
wasn't
at her
going to say
dial.
it.
Like 33 points, 9 attacks, 17 defense, 1 damage, exploit. I get it. She was great because she was cheap and like good at the time. But looking back now, that's one of those like nostalgia things where you're like, oh, she was so good.
And she was good because
She was good because you had the Book of the Skull and you could Quake
No,
and bump
I
her
get
up
it.
to like
It's just I look back at that piece, I'm like, oh, this is what people are like.
Yeah. Because you drop a hammer on her, she would quake for free with like a shit ton of high attack, and then freaking normally attack, and then she's top dial, and you had to deal with 11 for 5 exploit.
Yeah, I mean,
plus you got +2. You got +2 attack from the fucking hammer.
I'm just saying that's all relying on the hammer. I'm just saying, looking at the figure here, you would initially think, oh, okay. So, I mean, we could also sit here and say, man, how would Gladiator look if he had a freaking hammer from the Book of Skull? I mean, we could do that on any of these
here's the
vampires.
thing. That's the point. Gladiator right now, you could give him a hammer, and it doesn't freaking matter.
And it wouldn't matter.
Because Secret 6 just eats him. And like, I don't want to just like shit all over everything because of the Secret 6. But when we're like, well, Gladiator has potential. No, fuck no. He doesn't. Because
even not Secret 6 still doesn't work. Right?
Yeah,
He runs up, he hits you, he heals 1 above his line. Okay. Well, then you come and side blast him or exploit him, and he's right back down, way farther than he was to begin with. You can't get high enough, fast enough for it to matter.
Right. Yeah, they've tried these like over and over and over again. We get the concept. It's just they always seem not quite good enough. So I think they're just too scared to make
the point
it
discount's not good
better.
enough.
Yeah.
Like I would play this guy if he was say 60.
50 points.
Or if you just move the dial like 1 up, you know what I mean?
How about we talk about the good Gladiator?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, so
let's stop worrying about the bad vampire.
I want. So Tyler, you were trying to talk to me about Emperor Gladiator earlier today,
right? Because publicly, the last set review, you were trying to make an argument for Grodd with Galactus. That's the context.
Okay.
So that was a pipe. That's a pipe dream. Okay. That's without the Secret 6 existing. So I know that Grodd with the Galactus will never happen.
I'm so sorry you had to come to terms with that.
That's not the worst thing I ever had to come to terms with. So Emperor Gladiator Prime. All right. So the question is, can this guy get a hit off to get a confidence token?
Well, so that just depends on map roll, because TK gets him full map. So it just if he wins map, he's gonna hit first, most likely.
Okay.
Right?
I'm listening.
Yep.
Okay. Do you want me to talk about the beast now?
Yeah, continue.
Okay. Well, the beast, so it's Super Prime Emperor Gladiator. He's got 14 move running shot, 12 attack pen psych, 18 defense with impervious, and 4 damage prob. So solid running shot. It's got 14 movement, and 8 range. A lot of range. Prove target destroys blocking. That's great and pretty not common right now. He's got leadership and mastermind with power cosmic, so that's very relevant. And then when he uses leadership and succeeds, you generate one of those things, so he makes his own mastermind fodder. And then when they make their flag, it's +1 to damage, which is obviously the best one of those. So he can get his damage up himself. He has a lot of ways to support himself, you know. And then he has another trait. When Emperor Gladiator hits, give him a confidence token. If he has a confidence token, he can reduce penetrating damage, which we talked about before. And when he would take damage, he may instead remove a confidence token to take no damage. And that's when he would. So you get to roll your impervious first, and then if you get it, you don't need to do it. And if you miss it, then you can remove a confidence token. He's 7 clicks long. He's got great stats the whole dial. He's very good. I think he's very good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like meta potential, like really, really good.
I mean, that's especially going to be true for the next year, because there exists a combo with Gene that makes him better. So
yeah, like he has all, like, he has support powers, right? He has perplex, he has leadership, he can make his own mastermind, who then buff his own damage, so he can buff his own damage. 14 movement is crazy. He's got power cosmic with mastermind, which is hard to get around by itself. He reduces penetrating damage. He has great keywords, like amazing keywords.
Yeah, the biggest. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jason.
Well, you can get him on Latveria and X-Men. I mean, like,
yeah, both. So
two of the best teams. Like,
Emperor Gladiator doesn't have the X-Men keyword, right? You're swapping.
Yes,
CR goes with Professor X.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes,
okay. Gotcha. So you have to swap him.
Yeah, his biggest issue is that if you miss that opening salvo, like if you go out there and you just whiff and don't get that confidence token, I feel like it's a Sky Tyrant trap where you're like, oh yeah, Sky Tyrant never will die because he'll just KO something and get those tokens and just he'll never die. But Gladiator, with how, like, think about Pog teams like Maggot, you just got to hit him once. Like one Eenie or whichever one has exploit, hit him once. All right, he no longer has the token, and
exploit
then you just
won't work.
Right, but he could still reduce it. I get it, but you could still get to the point where you have enough attacks to where you could go through the confidence token and then keep going, or just immobilize them.
Yeah, but he has mastermind too. That's unavoidable. So like he's even without the confidence token, he's a hard to kill piece just normally because he has mastermind and cosmic energy, right?
Yeah.
I mean you don't have to take the confidence token off until you want to.
Right. So if they're dealing one, that's fine. His stats don't even change. That's awesome.
I mean, you've already seen how hard it is to wear down like Emperor Vulcan when he reduces 10 damage with that kind of defensive power.
But Emperor Vulcan starts with that ability. So
I understand that.
If you lose map, Emperor Vulcan can still withstand it. Emperor Gladiator can get exploited into Kingdom Come.
Emperor Gladiator is also 70.
He's got mastermind,
and he has mastermind.
He's not just like a nothing.
If you generate the guy.
No, he just has mastermind.
You don't know. He just has mastermind.
No, I get it. But you have to be able to generate the fodder, right? What are you going to mastermind to? Something on your main force? So that's just going to die too.
Yeah, but...
Well, that's not 100 points it's dying then.
Yeah. This guy's bad because other things will die? That doesn't seem fair.
I'll tell you what. I'll mastermind it to my 10-point Brainiac on my Latveria team. Yeah. How about that?
Anything less, right? Then they're not killing your 100-point piece. That's...
I'm just saying. I'm just curious how Mastermind will stand with new rules and the things out there. It's good. I mean, Mastermind's fine, but I don't remember the last time I've heavily relied on Mastermind.
It's not a guarantee. There are ways around it. There's ways to play around it. Mm-hmm. It's not like an end all be all. I'm just saying that he still is tough to deal with without the token, in my opinion.
Right.
I'll grant
there's the ways around it.
I'll grant you
and
that.
And you want to hit.
Mm-hmm. I'll grant you that mostly.
I think for me with Mastermind, it's something that sounds very easy to talk about. Oh, well, he's got Mastermind. You're not going to kill him. but it's something that's a lot harder to pull off easily. Like
it's better than it's definitely better than like having a rollout, right? It's way better. Like Mastermind or Super Citizens, you're taking Mastermind every time.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
No way.
That's the problem, because there's so many things that could get around Mastermind. Like
not
you just
60% of the time.
You just dual target. You can now dual target close attacks and then just do all your damage to Gladiator.
Yeah,
but do any.
Dual target only works if there's only 2 people next to him, right?
Or triple target if I have 3.
Sure, then it's hard to get lines. It's not.
I know. I'm just saying that there's an additional way to get around Mastermind.
I agree with that. I'm saying it's better than a rollout. Is what
I don't know if I agree with that, just because. I mean, there's ways to move people around. I could spin ring away your person, and now Mastermind means nothing. I'm just saying that there's way around Mastermind that I don't know if I would take Mastermind. As someone who really wanted to play Sexy Lexi for a while, and his main thing was non-outwittable Mastermind, it just didn't come up as well. I know he's a much different case because he was a lot more expensive. But for me, it's just Mastermind is nice, but I don't ever want to rely on just having Mastermind, because I feel like I can't remember the last Mastermind only piece that was super meta.
Star Fox. You know how sick I am of dealing with Star Fox?
That he's not Mastermind heavy. That's just he's down to a stop click and he has Mastermind.
Yeah, I hated it.
That doesn't count.
That you hated it because he can Mastermind to Lockjaw.
Well, sure. Yeah, fine. The Lockjaw's you could favorite pairs with this guy.
Lockjaw retired, so
yeah, it's still a great piece. Emperor Gladiator's still a great piece, though. I'm not trying to make him sound bad. I just don't want it to. He's probably the best gladiator we've had in a very long time.
Ever. This is
ever had.
Yeah, he's so good, and he's so true to the character. It's perfect.
I think he's the best Gladiator, the best Super Rare in this set, and the best Prime in this set.
I don't agree with the Super Rare part.
I
don't agree with the Prime part either.
I don't. The other Prime's really good.
Yeah, we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Oh gosh. Okay. Well, I mean,
Mystique.
I think he might be better than Blackheart, but I mean, okay.
Okay.
Well, let's talk about a not very good Super Rare.
Mystique. She's interesting.
Do we have to talk about her?
She's a fine Super Rare. You know, I wouldn't be mad pulling her.
She can Krakoan Revival Juggernaut. Okay, that's her best thing she can do.
Yeah, she's all, she's got shape change super sense impervious. She got stealth.
Yeah, why did we make a Mystique when we don't have shape change?
That is sad. I agree with that. They just gave her the other 2 rollouts.
When are they gonna make a Mystique that does basically what Chameleon did? Like, I feel like that. I mean, I get she doesn't get their powers.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Is that what it is? Okay, yeah. I guess that's what it is. But I don't know. It's just outside of the one Mystique you couldn't target from forever ago. There's never been a Mystique that I'm like, woohoo, let's play Mystique.
Yeah, it's like, wow,
that was the only good one.
Change.
Yeah,
but she's got this one. She's got a wit. She's got stuff. Yeah, dual targeting cap.
Oh man.
Yeah, but she's hard to kill on the Krakoan team. She's also our most expensive Krakoan piece, so it's like I'm not upset pulling him.
Non-prime mimic.
Yeah.
Non-prime mimic.
Solid. I think he's super solid.
That's kind of where I'm at with him. Let's think. Yeah.
I mean, 45 points, you can give him some really good powers. You can do the whole rally die thing and, be able to choose a power from someone within range and line of fire if you want. He's got a stop click. I'm looking at 45 points. 100 might be a little too much for me. I'm thinking more of like a support-esque piece. Find someone that has some really good... Well, he can't fully be support because it's displayed powers. But you could pick one of the Danger Room figures. because I think all of them have Brotherhood. Maybe not Sinister, but
Well, I think you can only. No, you can't.
they're 45. Yeah, it's same or less. So you could do Sabretooth.
It says display standard power. So does that mean you can't get it from a white power that they have displayed?
Right. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, Sinister wouldn't be good either. But either way, it's just someone on your sideline that has one of those keywords. You can find somebody with the powers that you need.
What do you want? Like, you get a pick. What would you like? Powers. I mean, just like what's a good set of powers that you would make him like playable?
6 range means he's not a terrible shooter, like ranged attacker. 10 for 3. 10's not great, but for only 45 points.
Are you playing just a ranged attacker for 45 points?
I mean, you could give him that's the thing. Let's see, give a mimicry. So at the beginning of the game, give a mimicry token to a character on your sideline with a point cost less than or equal to Mimic, and with the X-Men or Brotherhood keyword. Mimic can use the displayed standard powers on the starting click of the character with his mimicry token. So if you're playing him on an X-Men team, switch out team, could you give it to someone that you're choosing for the replacement thing? Or you can't because they're there for the replacement thing and they can't be there for Mimic's thing? It's tricky because it says you give the token to someone on the sideline.
You probably could choose 2 or more, I would guess.
So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if you look at the ones you switch out, Professor X only gives you stealth and outwit. That's nothing great. Magneto gives you sidestep, TK, and leadership. He's already got leadership. I don't know. I haven't actually done a deep dive.
Yeah,
see what's out there, but
I just don't think even like the ideal power set I could come up with. I don't think he's worth the points still.
So let's see. Just blast it through. Destiny gives you Perplex. You can get charge. Not Perplex. Sorry, Prob. You get Charge Blade Super Senses from Diamond Patch if you really want.
Yeah.
What about the new Legacy Cyclops?
You could do Mother to get you Sidestep, TK, Perplex, and Willpower.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think I'm paying that many points for
Mother's 10 points cheaper.
Yeah, that's true.
True.
Why would you fucking play them?
Well, what I'm saying is if you're able to like
have multiple sideline.
Yeah, if you're able to just choose something that's already on your sideline that shares the keyword. So if you're doing it with a switch out team or whatever, you already have the pieces on the sideline and you could just give them the mimicry token, then you have options because you could have Dangerous Sabretooth. So you get Charge, Blade, Super Senses, Battle Fury. That's not terrible.
Well, don't they have to be like declared a purpose for being on your sideline to start?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm not sure because of the way his is worded, because you just give a token to someone on your sideline. So it doesn't say it can't be just for his purpose. I don't know. That's one I have to look into. But that's my problem. It could be that, but I'm not sure. So just anything that could change powers is always something that I'm somewhat interested in.
Make a power is good, yeah. I agree.
He may not be playable, but he's someone that I'm like, okay, let me look at it or think about it.
Yeah,
it's at least an interesting concept.
Yeah, that's fair. Definitely.
All right, the Prime Mimic.
Loads better.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
I mean, you're only going to play him at like 60 points, right?
Because the other point value is what, 150?
150.
I mean, I would consider 150. I mean, I
think he might be the best 150 point piece we have in Modern.
I agree.
I don't know if that makes him good enough to play, but I think that's true.
Oh gosh.
I'm sorry, Dan. I know you don't like hearing that.
I don't know.
I mean, the way I view him is I'm looking at what's her face, the Morgan Le Fay, the Witch Queen Le Fay, where she got all the movement powers, all the speed powers.
She was good.
Yeah, and I'm looking at him, and I'm like, okay,
he's way better.
You could just start stacking powers on him, And it's like, okay, you can outwit. That's cool. I have all these powers. Just choose one of my many powers.
It's almost like a win condition or something that forces them to come to you, because if they don't, you're going to have 28 powers on this tent pole.
Right.
You know?
Because you could use Moira to give him a rally die almost every turn.
Mm-hmm.
You have to clear, I guess. But
if you stack some leaderships on there, you
right.
get more than that. Yeah.
Right, and he starts with Charge, Flurry, Plasticity. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Pen Side. Like, he's the only piece that is like a charge range piece that I'm kind of okay playing.
I agree.
You can give him
you can
other
get powers. Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, I could get Running Shot right off the bat. I can have
I think
him...
just Moira gives him Super Senses, right? It just picks Super Senses from Moira. I think it's the first pick. And she can give him Stealth, too.
Well, yeah, but remember, he also uses the displayed standard powers and damage powers of adjacent characters.
Oh, true. So he just has it, yeah.
Yeah, so you could build attack powers on him and have him stand next to somebody that has stealth or whatever until you could get him exactly how you want him.
Damage, so you can just get, like, shape change.
Oh, yeah, attack and damage, sorry.
But shape change is a good one.
So you want to, like, give him, like, senses or stealth or something like that, probably. Right,
yeah, and Moira literally has senses and stealth, so it's covered.
Yeah. Maybe willpower. I don't know. There's a lot of options.
I
think,
you can
play, and the cool thing. Never mind. Go ahead.
I think he's one of the few people that Galactus is worth it on. Because he's 150 points, you pretty much need protected outwit on 150 point piece, right?
Well, that's what we're saying. You don't necessarily have to, right?
Well,
he's got impervious. I could choose invincible, and then you are gonna have to outwit both.
True, but I don't want to pick invincible on like my first 4 or 5 picks if I don't have to.
Well, I would probably place him next to someone with invincible.
You can't use defense damage. You can't, yeah.
That's right, defense powers. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I mean, I get it though. I get it. The protected outwit. And the rollout too for cosmic energy is good.
Right. Yeah. Super good. And like any power that you're going to give him with a thing, you could just give it to him normally, right? You're not using an equipment to give this guy power.
Yeah.
He's reasonable. I would say he's almost as I don't think he's quite as good, but he's almost as good as Emperor Gladiator.
I like him more than Emperor Gladiator, but that just fits my play style.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think you could play him at either level though. I mean, if you don't really want to commit to the 150, you could just commit 60. And how much is Moira? 20?
Yeah, 80 points. Yeah.
Yeah, all you have to commit is 80 points to this.
Yeah,
this thing.
Potential win condition, right?
Yeah, and then you have Dark Phoenixes, other attackers, and you could just go out there. You just have to give up your Prime, which is a bummer on X-Men teams because that means you give up Bishop. But
that's Storm. I feel like we keep saying, if Bishop were here, we'd play all these, but we wouldn't because Storm's so good.
Nobody's playing that.
Yeah, no.
That Storm is amazing.
Not with knockback damage being gone.
That hurts her a little. I forgot about that. But I think she's so crazy.
Yeah, no. She's okay. Not for the Prime slot.
Alright, I'm going to move us along here. Last super rare, Apocalypse.
It's so sad. He's so boring.
So, am I reading this correctly?
Yes. I don't know what you're talking
about. It says adjacent friendly characters or characters with the X-Men keyword or Horseman keyword can use still energy. So is this saying if you're facing an opposing X-Men team, he gives all of them still energy?
Wait, hold on.
It says yes, it's adjacent friendly.
Yeah.
Well, that sucks.
He gives other characters steal energy.
So I
so
think what he's saying,
X-Men.
He's saying that you can give the opposing X-Men team steal energy.
That's most likely would need an errata.
I would think so.
You know what they're trying to say is
as it's worded right now. That's the way it reads, right?
I think so.
Well, let me read. Captain Marvel had something similar from the movie, where she did something if they were adjacent or if they shared a keyword. Hold on.
But
Hold
nothing-
on, hold on.
Friendly. It's friendly characters that are adjacent or share a keyword.
Yeah, so they worded it differently, and
Well, this
probably
one
for
just
new rules. And so they should have phrased it that way. Friendly characters that are adjacent or have the X-Men or whatever keywords he had.
No.
They probably need to errata this.
No, because the Orville things, it's only friendly. So
Why?
it's this turn when a friendly character that is adjacent or has the planetary union keyword rolls for the chosen power, you may re-roll that roll.
No, we're saying that gives the opposing characters
I know,
that
but
keyword.
did they not clarify that with the Orville stuff?
I don't think it ever came up with because nobody played it.
Either way, this is a bad apocalypse compared to the other apocalypse that we got.
The other
what,
3 apocalypses?
6 months ago.
The other 3 apocalypses?
Yeah,
He's-
and
Yeah,
we were happy with those. We haven't played them, but we were kind of happy with
Well,
them.
I mean, Chase Apocalypse has made splashes.
Well, yeah, true. I never think of him, but yes.
So, as we wrap up the super rares here, Jason Labendira, sorry if I mispronounced that, Jason, any super rares and then upcoming chases that you think you'll need multiples of?
Blackheart?
Blackheart.
Blackheart.
I'm looking at the other ones.
That's
it.
You don't need
that's it.
multiples for the other ones because they're primes, or else I would say Gladiator and Mimic.
Yeah.
Right.
Just wait till we get to the chases and we talk about the multiple Firebelly team.
Surprised that's not happening. All right. Weapon Hex. Probably the best chase?
I probably yes, I would agree with that.
Maybe. The most potential. Remains to be seen at best, but from the get-go, like just looking, if you looked at just dial and didn't practice or anything, I think she is by far the best. But
She'd be really good on a Krakoan revival team.
She is also the best in the history of HeroClix. She has the best puns in her flavor text.
that's not true.
Yes.
No, it's not.
It's
No.
Hexagon. Hexagon.
No. No. Who's the other one that we saw that had like?
I don't know. Hexagon got me.
All right. We're competitive pieces. Here.
Hex marks the spot. Come on.
Okay. Okay. The first trait is super cool, but it's real weird on her because she probably will never use it. Like if that power was on like a 20-point piece or something, I'd be crazy. But it's not as good on her. But she chooses a character with 6 squares in the line of fire, and they give it a target spell token, and then anybody can target through anything at that person. So like it's kind of cool. Just I don't know how often it'll come up, but it's a really big, like good power.
Well, it only works for mystical keyword characters.
True,
apparently. Yeah.
And then attack power, blades. When Weapon X uses it after resolutions, you may place a hit target up to X squares away from the current square, where X is the D6. So place a opposing figure is always a pretty powerful power. Another way to get through my mastermind. Then she has stops, and she has 2 of them. Super senses at the end of your turn heal. Weapon X 1 click. Right? Offensively, she's a charge piece, right? But she's a charge piece with 2 stop clicks. Her stop click is on the second click, which is the best click for a stop click, and it has a 19 defense on outwittable super senses with the prob and flurry. I think she's really solid as the mythical close combat X-Men piece, right? That we've been looking for. That Wolverine, I guess, wasn't quite filling as well.
Right.
My only concern is that Mystical just isn't as hot as it used to be.
I agree that Mystical is not great. There's not much in the way of support for Mystical. It's got great Mystical figures, but there's no like support backbone to it anymore.
So I guess you don't have to play her and have to play Mystical. I mean, I'm not saying that, but
right.
What other? Because you're probably playing her on X-Men.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Are there other mystical X-Men that could take advantage of her improved targeting, blocking, elevated, and hindering? Or
I
you
don't
just,
think so. I'm
or
not
you
even
just never using that power.
Yeah, I'm kind of just like, I'm kind of just picturing her without that power, and then if you
Okay.
get to use it, it's just a nice bonus.
Okay. That's
But
fair.
yeah, I think she's a solid close combat piece. She's a little lacking in damage. Maybe give her like a power gem or something, because she'd only make a one attack a turn, which is not normal for like a primary attacker these days.
At 75, I don't know if I'd consider her a primary attacker.
Maybe that's true.
Like I could see her being played with like an Emperor Gladiator or just something.
Mm-hmm.
Her being the secondary. But
Yeah, that's
just me. The Legacy Deadpool is by far the best. The wording.
I said puns
text,
because I remembered
text.
him. I said pun flavor text because
I
wouldn't. But the puns hexagon. Because she hits them and then they go away.
Okay. I really like the next one. I actually really like Diamond Patch.
I like her more the more I look at him because it's a dude.
It's actually a mixture of Emma Frost and Wolverine.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I assumed the gender there. I apologize. Yeah, it's a lot better than it looks because of the traded invuln and reducing penetrating damage.
Yep.
So you look at the dial, it's like, eh. Yeah, and you heal at the start of every turn for sure.
But it's something that does something different. That's what I like about it, because you hit an opposing character with a close attack, and then you get to mind control him for free afterwards. Like that's extra. So for 40 points, yeah, and he could go on either Hellfire or X-Men. So that's cool. That's something that I'm fine with playing, because he also, I can smell who you are, opposing characters within 6 squares. Can't use shape change, stealth, or keywords that are not printed on their cards. That's pretty big too. So.
Yeah, especially 40 points is very solid. He's really hard to one shot. He's hard to kill, right? Because he heals. He has steal energy in those last few clicks. You can't reduce, right? He can reduce penetrating damage. So even at 40 points, you have to deal 5 damage to kill him, which is really rare right now.
Yeah, he's arguably, I think, one of the best chase or close to it, like up there with Weapon Hex.
Put him in the same tier as her for sure.
Yeah.
I think he's better.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair.
I think he's more terrible.
He was definitely the last chase we saw.
Yeah.
And I remember going into it, we're like, man, these chases are not great. And then he premiered, and I was like, okay, well, good. At least there's like 2 to 3 now, as opposed to like 2 borderline or whatever. I was happy to see him because he
when I first saw him, I thought, man, this guy sucks. And but then I looked at him again. I'm like, wow, he's actually really hard to kill because you forget about that trait being there.
Yep. And he's another one, dual targeted close attacker.
It's not as good because he's always using blades, so you can't do that. But
we're getting more and more of those.
Hellhound. Wait, what? This was a chase? When did we get Hellhound?
Yeah, one of the early ones. You forgot about her for a reason.
Yeah. Like the ongoing theme you'll hear when we're talking about these chases, and especially in the tier maker we'll do, is just that a lot of these just don't do anything special, which is what you expect out of your chases, is that they do something special. And we've been spoiled, I guess, by the past like 3 sets, because we've gotten the Secret 6, but also we got the Lanterns, which they do something very different also.
Yep.
We've got the Dooms, which were great. We got House of X, which was okay. There were some cool ones. Krakoa was cool. Like A was cool. Old Man Phoenix has gotten a lot better. But this one, man, Hellhound just doesn't do much. The only thing that she really does, or it really does, is that if you deal mystic damage from her, that you could deal more.
Right, yeah, that's it. You can do up to 3, which is cool, but
you'll be better than 3-6.
That would be kind of broken. But...
That would be cool.
Man, I consider, because then, like Danger Room Mags comes in, or Danger Room Sabretooth comes in and you're just like, bam, take 6.
Nice. Oh, so funny. That'd be funny if that happened. I'm okay with that. Yeah, she's kind of meh. She's a charge beast, but she's 90 points.
Yeah.
And her only defense is toughness. So
she's
it's not
90
great.
points?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right, speed.
I would
Yeah.
probably not play her. Yeah.
Garbage keywords. Like, Mystical's her best keyword. If she had a much lower point dial, then you could consider her maybe like a anti-Dark Phoenix. Because, Dark Phoenix could try to retail, but if she hits this person, then she's just going to go through all of her dial. But, no, not at 90 points. That's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, I'd play this dial for 50.
Sure.
Maybe. I was thinking 40, and then I was like, maybe that's too much. Between 40 and 50.
Yeah. Speed Weasel.
So people like this one. I don't know why. Why do people like this?
Because it's
'cause
magic.
What?
It's the character magic.
Is it because of the if you roll that super senses, you can?
No, Speed Weasel wasn't magic.
What you talking about? Hellhound.
Oh no, we just moved on. We're at Speed Weasel.
Oh,
Speed
my
Weasel.
bad. My bad.
You're good. She got the double charge thing. It's not as good as Flash, but it's a thing. It's got a
twice
cool
the
power.
cost as Flash.
It is also twice the cost. So I will agree with you. It's actually not even twice the cost. It's more than twice the cost because Flash is basically 25. I don't know.
No, the charge flash is literally 30, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
It
Tyler's
is, but I'm saying you
play 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's almost always 25 points.
But no, no, it's not. It's the cost, but scoring is 60, so it's half.
Anyway, it's speed. I mean, it's because of you have super senses. If you hit it, well, then she gets a place.
Yeah, which is
however many squares away. Which even if you don't hit super senses, she does it anyway. But that's it. Which it seems like a lot for the point value.
I mean, the double charge thing is something, right?
Sorta. You have to do a close destroy action.
Yeah.
So you would have to pick up an object. Like, you would have to sacrifice one of your objects.
Yeah, you would. But I'm just saying it's something to talk about. We're talking about it.
Yeah. Deathstreak.
It's a robot. It's a robot. I didn't realize it was a robot.
Yeah, it's
Look at that.
Deathstroke and Mystique.
Yep.
Yeah, I figured that one out.
Lady Deathstrike and Mystique, not Deathstroke.
Yeah, it is a Deathstroke.
That's what I meant.
No, I was thinking. No, sorry, Deathlock.
Oh, is it Deathlock?
It's not Deathlock, right?
I thought it was Lady Deathstrike.
I figured it was Lady Deathstrike.
Oh,
I'll look it up while we talk. I'll look it up.
I guess.
I actually have no
know.
idea. I think the dial's super solid for 75 points. It's 8 clicks. She's gonna be hard to kill. She got stealth and combat reflexes. I don't think it's meta.
It is Lady Deathstrike.
Okay.
That's what I assumed. Right. It's solid. I don't think it's good enough to see any play anywhere. But it's not Firebelly.
No, it won't. It definitely won't see play.
We need
75 points is too much.
Can we get another tier, Tyler, for Firebelly when we do our?
You guys are crazy, by the way. But we're gonna get the Firebelly. Let's talk about Dupool.
Dupool really misses pushing damage.
Dupool does miss pushing damage. I've talked to him about it.
He needs better range too.
Yeah, that would help.
I need like a 9 on this guy.
Also, I don't know if I'm just dumb, but the first power doesn't read the way it actually works to me. I mean, it does. It's not. I was under the assumption that it was you can't place within 6 squares. It is not that. It is you can't be placed if you're within 6 squares.
Right.
So if you're already there, you can't move away.
Right. So he can totally get retailed on.
Yeah, he's like.
But let me ask you this: can you alpha strike him with like a maggot team? You couldn't, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody's being placed.
When you're carrying
No,
somebody, I guess they're off the mat when they're being carried.
No,
they're
they-
not
no,
technically within range.
They're
being placed.
They'll start
Yeah,
from
with this.
outside of the 6 before they get placed.
So they're not in the effect of the power.
Right.
No, I'm saying if you're alpha striking and so you're trying to get right next to Duple. Say you're going after Duple.
Yeah, you're going in, you drop the figures. When you drop them, when they are placed, they are not inside of 6 squares of him, so they can be placed.
Right.
It only affects if you're trying to carry something away from
You
them.
have to. So I
then
think
you move
maybe
a
what
figure.
Alex is trying to say is, can you get all the way smack dab up to Duple? Right. That's
Yeah, like if I'm carrying somebody,
you can't sidestep carry them again.
That's true, I guess.
So you just have to do the sidestep carry from outside of the 6.
Yeah, so I just compare it first. It doesn't stop it. You can carry people to Duple right next to him, Alex.
I'm not 100% sure of that, but sure. I'm
You
pretty
because
It depends on what's considered within range. I know the characters are technically off the map. They're in some weird void where you're carrying
No,
them.
they're not. They're in the original square, and then they get placed.
Sure. That's fine. I
And
don't
even,
know.
like, no, read the flavor text.
No, hold on. I'm not sure if he's very... That's fine. I'm beyond that point now.
Okay.
I'm just thinking, if someone could crack the code to be able to get him to the later clicks, are they still worth it? So if someone, like, there are options to get to later clicks. We all know that. They're not like
Easy.
elegant by any means, but they exist. Is it worth it though? Is the power action to equip all opposing characters within 6 worth it?
No, I don't think so.
It could
Opposing
be.
characters within range can't deal penetrating damage.
I mean,
is that ever worth
the
it?
unequip could very well be, right? I mean, because you could just score points off of a power action.
True. But that's hard to maneuver. You'd have to.
Yeah, because it's a power. They'd have to be within 6, right? You can't move and then do
So
it.
you
It's a power.
you need TKs and stuff like that. But it's not impossible because he is tiny.
Right.
I'm not paying that much for that dial. Like, if you just cut off the first click.
The third power, stop impervious. Opposing characters within range can't deal penetrating damage. That's not really worth getting to that click, I
No.
don't think.
It's like as an attacker, it's a very solid click, obviously.
But the last click, I mean, he's got great stats, but stop probability control when this click is first revealed. Duple can't be healed for the rest of the game. Opposing characters within range can't use stop. I mean, that we have other figures that could do that.
Easier, yeah, and cheaper.
Yeah, if these powers were cumulative, then they'd be better. But I don't know. He's one of those where he does interesting things. If someone can find a unique combo that works with him, then maybe. But he's not. I don't think he's there.
I don't think the effects were powerful enough to make it work with it.
He could go on either team though, with Hellfire Club, Brotherhood of Mutants, or X-Men. So he is switchable. So there are avenues.
All right. Do we have to say anything about Firebelly?
I don't think he's as bad as you guys think he is.
I've been saying he's not bad. The only reason is that one last sentence, and it's just he just deals penetrating. No matter what he does, he deals penetrating with that attack power. I mean, that's fine. We've had pieces like that before that people have played. That's all I'm saying, is that people that have dealt just general penetrating damage, that's fine.
His range is also not bad, right? Like, because you're gonna move one, then you move one, then you sidestep, then you can move 5 and make an attack. So it's like it's pretty far. He has a lot of mobility.
He's an animal.
Yeah, 6 clicks for 50 points. He's not meta, I don't think, but like he's not like the worst figure we've ever had or the worst chase we've ever had.
I mean,
I don't think it's that bad.
I'm just thinking like on an animal themed team. Like you're not.
I don't think he's playable.
Well, I don't know because He has better movement powers. He's not going to carry. He could carry some. He could carry the maggots actually. Yeah, because they share keywords, and he has Underworld, so he could carry 2 maggots.
That's true.
So that's an option. He could be a backup taxi. You're not going for him if the animal team runs up with him. You're going after the maggots and the hammer eyes and all that. You're going to be like Firebelly. Who cares? But then he's there to deal penetrating poison or penetrating energy explosion or anything penetrating.
If the selling point of a figure is my opponent's gonna think, "Who cares?" It's not a win for me. It's not a positive.
That happens on a lot of pieces, though. We
doesn't
talk
mean
about a
they're
lot of pieces. Saying that he's not great, but he's got something.
This
there
guy is
that
going to
could be
attack
better.
this thing.
He's only ever going to be played on Animal. I can guarantee that. No way you're switching him in on Brotherhood. But
sure.
Animal is a keyword that's begging for pieces.
If he had wild card, I would consider him on Animal.
Yeah, it's still. I mean, if you get this and you're Brick, you feel bad.
I agree.
I mean, I agree with that.
I agree. with that.
I feel worse with Hellhound and Destiny.
I
feel bad with him too. But at least I'm like, okay. I mean, I'll try to trade him. I feel like he'll be worth more than Hellhound and Deathstreak. And
I don't know. Those are popular figures, so I don't think so.
I don't think so. Popularity only goes so far.
Well, this is Toad, so it's more popular than Toad.
Speaking of popular,
Herbert Blackheart Wyndham, 1 click at a time, but he's not a standard character. Can't be chosen for Mastermind. I don't know. I don't see it. Just this guy's got to do something other than 9 for 1.
I agree with that. I just don't understand why you guys were excited for Moira. It doesn't make sense to me because this guy's better than Moira for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
he's way better.
The fact that Moira hasn't panned out makes me less excited for her.
That's fair.
I see another Moira-esque piece again, and I'm like, well, I'm not falling for this trap again.
Sure. He has he has Mystics, which is very good, obviously, with his dial. He just can 1v1 any of the danger rooms. He got Underworld for the carry. He's just a prob piece to start. He reminds me a lot of Ironheart. He's harder to kill than her, and the Mystics helps, and he's got a bunch of range, but he's also double the points, and either of them sidestep. So it doesn't compare super favorably, but I think he's worth considering.
I just don't. The problem is there's no way to get to those lower dials, the lower clicks. So you're stuck. You're stuck at I'm 50 points, and I'm gonna give you some Mighty Smoke Cloud and Prob for 50 points.
And you're never gonna attack this guy. You're never gonna attack this dude.
He's a carry piece, right?
No, he doesn't have flight.
He has Underworld, but he has phasing. So he could technically carry some scientists up. His keywords aren't great either. Mystical isn't great. Scientist is better. But if there was a way to maybe if you could get him to click 2 easy, then sure, because that's a 50-point barrier, prob, outwit. He could do more. But
that's fair.
No,
I'm just like Jason said. I'm ignoring him. I'm gonna be like, okay, you just chill over there.
Yeah.
And you smoke cloud me to death. Go for it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is a shame because he should be all powerful or something, right? Or much more powerful than what he is. You hear Blackheart. Yeah, you hear Blackheart and you hear High Evolutionary, and you're like, cool. And they're like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, the stats are just horrible.
I agree with that. Ultra Chase?
Is the Ultra Chase playable?
I think he's pretty fringe playable. He does a lot of cool stuff. He's got good stats. He's got a stop click at the end. He does pretty unique things.
So you're talking 100 points. You're never playing 200.
Yes, never 200.
By the way, I would like to say I didn't really say a lot through the super rares and chases because I just don't want everybody to hear me just taking a dump on things. I mean, you could just copy and paste, taking a dump on like 70% of those for competitive, unfortunately. So
I feel like that's some good stuff. Both mimics, Emperor Gladiator.
you know what? I
Right,
mean, let's see. You know, we're getting back to competitive play, right? We're getting back to in-person play, right? So I'll lay down a couple of gauntlets. If someone wins a 20-person or larger event with...
Give it 16.
Huh?
16.
No, it's I'm going to say 20-person or larger.
Yeah.
With Mimic.
Which one?
The Prime.
Oh, boo.
Oh.
The Mimic Prime. Or the Prime Gladiator. The Emperor Gladiator, the Prime.
Oh.
They will be on the absolute next podcast.
Okay. I mean, that's very doable.
He didn't. To be fair, he didn't say our podcast though.
Yeah, he'll be so they'll be 20 win a 20-person or larger event, and I'm even allowing that Mimic can be or Gladiator can be swappy doppied, right? Either point value. You have to win. You have to win a 20-person or larger in-person event.
Now that's just a bias right there. Online events are legitimate.
It's my gauntlet, right? So
it is. It's just a biased gauntlet.
I mean, I don't disagree with you, so
okay.
But
let me sum up my feelings about the set.
You're just trying to get outs because you know someone's going to do it. How about that?
Before we wrap up talking about that real quick, can we wrap up the Ultra Chase? Because we literally said like 2 words about
No, we can go back to the
we'll
Deadpool. I just wanted to add that in really before we talked about Deadpool.
I thought we were wrapping up or something.
No, we still got the legacy cards to do after this.
So
really? I mean,
some of them are good.
Is that necessary?
I think it is.
Well, it depends on how much y'all want to talk about this Deadpool.
The gauntlet has not been thrown.
100 points is a little expensive. Gotta be honest. Super cool that he can just like give everyone a piece of cake and then he could just poison them all. That's cool. Like he can run up, hit people, then go back, sit in the back, and then just poison them to death. Because like that's a cool concept. I like that. I like that if you get him down to a stock click and you've got a slice of cake thing, you're going to him and he's immune. So that's cool. Like that's neat. 100 points is 100 points is a little expensive though.
But the free equip is super cool.
Yeah, that's true. I just don't know if his stats and his dial warrant 100.
I feel like he's like Unicorn Deadpool. He's cool, but you're not gonna play him.
I think he's better than Unicorn.
I guarantee.
I'm not saying he's better or worse. I'm just saying he's in that same vein. He's cool, but you're just not gonna play him.
I guarantee you will probably see a lot of him because the people who own him are gonna want to stick him on their stupid X-Men sideline, just to show that they have this dumb.
Maybe
cake and just be like, he's 100-point X-Men. We can switch him out. I'm never gonna switch him out. He's just there. Like the same people who played Aquaman, Aquaman, because they on the sideline.
You know what, Alex? I'll say that is a convincing argument.
Deadpool will see play.
Yeah, he will see play. Whether he's ever on the map, that's one thing. But
that doesn't count.
I think he's good enough to see some fringe play. I think he is.
All right. The LE Deadpool. I think he could see fringe play at least.
He's playing on the swap out team because you just get the free bags.
He's for all of us poor people who can't afford the Ultra Chase.
Yep.
So we put him on our sideline,
and no one will know the difference.
They are different paint. So.
I like Blue Cake better.
I like what he does. Like I like the I am a guy who played not Dead Man, but the other one, Resurrection Man. I like the randomness of certain things at certain levels of events. His is a little random. You know, you give the goodie bag, you might get something great, you might get something that's kind of meh. I like that. I mean, 60 points isn't much to give up.
You definitely get +1 damage, and then it's a full dollar prop.
This scan, his isn't sideline active, right? So he can't be given give everyone the goodie bags and then switch out, and then people still be able to use the listed effect because he's not on the board to give the listed effect, right?
No, because,
Wait, no.
because the duration says this game, which means that even if it's lost, they still get it.
Yeah.
So you could play him.
Yeah, the switch out. I think that's the only way he's played.
It's a time thing too, but yeah.
So if it works that way, then absolutely, I think he sees play.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I need to go order one now.
I agree. I think you will see play.
Because the wing symbol's meh, but the rest of them heal 2 clicks whenever you feel like it. Well, no, you got to roll for it, but or just the plus.
Isn't awful either. Yeah, they're +1 damage. Sorry, I can interrupt you.
Yeah, the modified damage +1 is always good because we never, we're desperate. We're desperate for that now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, he will see play. I agree.
All right, so we're nothing in the fast forces. Legacy cards, Cyclops. Jason, do you just want to go ahead and get that out of the way? How sad you are about him?
I'm really sad. I mean, God.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's fair.
look. Okay, he's not a bad figure. Yep. Okay, he's not a bad figure for 40 points.
You are justifiably disappointed, though.
I am super disappointed that they just took this. Okay, so I guess I like the concept of the legacy cards because I can bring back a figure that I used to like playing, right?
Right.
Well, if they're just going to take it and turn it into something completely different, it's not the same thing.
This is definitely the most extreme
figure.
Yeah, this is the most extreme version of that. Most of them have tried to stay pretty close. This is the first one they've he is not the same figure.
He's not the same
figure. I love this figure.
Yes.
I played the living shit out of this figure.
Yeah.
I was psyched to get this thing back.
Yeah.
And then they just stabbed me in the gut.
Now let me ask this real quick: is this the first really good piece that they made a legacy card for? Like the other 2 sets, I don't think they made legacy cards for like Dynamite, Super, like maybe Morgan Le Fay, but that wasn't like
Morgan Le Fay was meta at a different time,
right?
But a different reason for meta because she was more support.
This is the first one that if they just brought it back without changing anything, it would be played.
Right. Yes.
Right, Cyclops will just be played if you brought it back.
So what they made him, right? So I think Jason, I'll be succinct with Jason and echoing Jason's comments. They made a perfectly fine figure, right? Like if I was handed this Cyclops without knowledge of the legacy one, like if they just gave me this Cyclops as is, right, and I never knew about the legacy one, like if this guy was just in the set, I'd be like, damn, that's a damn good Cyclops.
Yeah. He'll get played.
Yeah.
Like, he will get played.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
But the problem is that, and I said this in a Facebook comment, Stay Away From My Students and Krakoan Revival was set up to be one of the best interactions of 2021. And that's what hit me in the gut because I was ready to play a couple of Cyclopses, chase a couple of maggots, and a transporter, and then you try to kill the maggots, you could go and revive them, then Cyclops...
You reach out 3 times.
Cyclops is shooting you twice for free.
Yeah.
Dark Phoenix is retalling on you. And then... Because he would be able to do Stay Away From My Students with Psyblast on your side on the opposing side of the map.
Triple perplex,
the leadership, the Psych Blast, the ESD, it's all gone.
Sidestep. He doesn't have sidestep until he hits now.
Right.
I know, but he's had side stuff all the time before.
Right.
That's what I mean.
So can I play devil's advocate for a second?
If
you can.
No.
We
No,
will agree
you're
with
wrong.
you.
You are wrong. You're wrong.
No. Listen, this is
Go ahead.
Mr. WizKids designer here.
Yeah.
Mr. WizKids designer. Hello, everybody. I won't do the voice.
Thank you.
My thought process is this: WizKids is all about accessibility. They want to make sure things that they bring out generally should be accessible. Starro event excluded from this suggestion here.
Okay.
Legacy cards, from a game point perspective, should not ever be overpowered and high meta, in my opinion, because it is pulling from figures that new players won't really have a realistic chance of having.
So
Alex,
here's the
thing. new legacy. Hold on, just a sec. New legacy card drops. All the veteran players are immediately buying them up because they know which ones are great. Like preview, like, oh, we got a Cyclops card. Okay, well, which figure is it? We don't even need to see the freaking card. What figure is it? All right, I am buying.
Well, now
four of these.
you can't do that. Now you can't do that.
You still can.
No, you can't. This sets precedent that you can't do that because you don't know what they'll put out. This is not the same figure in any way, shape, or form.
I know, and that's the point. Like, I hate what they did to Cyclops. Don't get me wrong. I'm just looking at this from Legacy. It doesn't make sense to make an overpowered Legacy card because the figures are not available. So no, this isn't. That's what I'm saying. If they had gone to what Cyclops used to be,
it still wouldn't be overpowered.
You're talking about a wombo combo that's like incredible.
Don't tell me that's bullshit. You're gonna give me Secret 6 out of the last set and then tell me this is too fucking good.
Secret 6 is a chase.
I don't give a shit. It's still the same fucking deal.
I don't think Legacy cards are harder to get than chases normally.
Right. The figures, not the cards.
Even the figures, you're not going to have that much trouble because there's a lot of them floating around.
So Alex, here's the thing. Mm-hmm. All right, I agree with what you're saying in principle. We just know what that Cyclops could have done and all of the things. So we just don't. I just don't give a shit about the accessibility or whatever in this instance, right? I want to be able to go. Boom, 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 boom. Take it. Cyclops with the power gem. Shooting your ass 12 for 6. Let's go. Twice.
So,
yeah. Fucking eat it.
He wanted the Cyclops test again.
All right, so the last thing I'll say about this is that everyone that keeps saying, hey, let's do Balls of Fury needs to shut the hell up. Because they definitely...
That's never going to happen.
Well, no, we don't want it to happen. We wanted it to happen to the Cyclops. We wanted it to happen to the Cyclops. We're like, cool, Cyclops, yeah. And he was massacred. So now people are like, oh yeah, Balls of Fury. He is going to be like, it's like he won't have balls.
So I will say, Liz, whatever. I mean, I guess I get it. I get what you're saying, but still, Cyclops, they gutted the poor dude.
That's what I'm saying.
You guys are justifiably upset. No one can fault you for being upset. There is just another side to the coin.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. Is that I see why they did this. They shouldn't have. 100% should not have done this. You know what?
I'm gluing that side of the coin down to a concrete floor. So I don't have to look at that side of the coin. Nope.
That's mean.
So it will see play.
Jason got out of his system now.
I did too because I was
no,
excited.
I don't know if I did. I'm still gonna be mad about it for a while.
It's deep down.
Right. I'm still gonna be mad about it for a while.
It's super fair because I
played this guy main force. Like,
there's a lot of history in the piece. Yeah. It's not like Jason was begging for it back, but they taunted him with it, right? He wasn't asking for it.
I main forced this piece for 2 fucking years. Yeah. Like, I wasn't just playing it off an ID card.
Yeah. It's sad that they did that to you.
Yep. So, but here's the thing, right? So Alex's thing about the Super Rare Cyclops not being accessible. Here's the problem: they made a legacy card for the Sentinel, and now this Sentinel is $50 a piece.
No, don't start there. Go to Magneto.
No, the next one in line is $100. The next one in line is Sentinel. At least on my I'm going in order. But
Magneto is showing next for me, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Um,
I was saying from a point standpoint, as a player who never played when Giant Size X-Men was around, if I got this Legacy card or I saw the Legacy card and it's hyper meta for whatever reason, I have to dish out $100 for a stupid Magneto, because I would never be able to go out and find one in stores. I have to go through eBay or maybe Troll and Toad.
But every argument you're making works with chases because they're just as hard.
No, because I could buy sealed, and I always have a chance at a chase for the next 6 months.
But you can't.
I see what you're saying. That makes sense.
Yeah, you can't buy XXS anymore. You can barely buy XDPS anymore, and it's still modern.
Right, and that's my argument with Legacy cards. All these Legacy cards are figures you can't buy sealed.
No. I'm saying that
I never have a chance.
I'm saying that, but they've made a good one. They've made a good one,
right.
And now you can't get it. So
right.
your argument there falls apart because they've made a good one that you can't get. So why did they gut my boy Cyclops?
What good one have they made?
Sentinel.
Okay.
And Magneto.
Okay, so time out about Sentinel, though. My understanding about Sentinel, this isn't any insider knowledge or anything. My assumption with Sentinel is because Master Mold was delayed. 100%. I don't think Sentinel was ever supposed to be a Legacy card, but Master Mold was delayed a year, and Master Mold really needs these Sentinels. So they gave him a Legacy card because they know Dark Phoenix is retiring next year. That's my thought with Sentinel. That's my theory with Sentinel. Go ahead with what you guys are saying, but that's my theory.
What's the point? Okay, so these things, they get these cards that makes them modern legal, right?
Uh-huh.
What's the point of bringing them back if they're not going to be worth a shit playing modern?
Because they're not
What's the
building
point?
These Legacy cards.
What's
Well, that's
the point?
thing. These aren't just for high-level meta play, though. It's
But if you're not going to play high-level meta play, you can play Golden Age all day and it doesn't matter.
But that's the point. They aren't building for Golden Age. They're building
They don't
for modern.
need these cards to be played and not meta play.
I tend to I am picking up what you're putting down there, Jason.
You don't need them if you're not going to play meta play.
That's kind of true.
But we all know Golden Age though is a mess.
No. I'm just
I understand that, Alex. But if you're at your table or at your fun time at your store, and you're going to play you don't need the cards to play them if you're just going to play for fun.
Well, remember the Legacy card also, despite what they did to our boy, they also adjust points and give new traits to make the older figures fit modern. So you probably will want the Legacy cards just to bring some of these figures power levels up a little bit higher.
They still haven't done that.
Yeah, in Cyclops' terms, it went down. But
they still haven't done that on any of them.
Some of the Fantastic Four ones were better.
Nah,
they went not meta wise, but I'm talking
Wait, what do we?
In-person events and local
I think
events.
some of these are meta. I think a few of these are.
Yeah.
Morgan Le Fay was meta too.
Yeah, she is.
She's been probably the only meta one that we've seen.
Yeah, probably.
The two sets.
This set I thought was a good change. I think that a lot of these are good things.
Yeah.
Let's just aim for mediocrity and be okay with it. Okay. Yeah.
No, that Cyclops. Yeah. I'm sorry, it's pretty good. The Sentinels are good. The Sentinels are good. They'll see play. I think Magneto is one of the better tent poles right now in modern. I don't think he's not playable, but he's like a top 10 tent pole, I would say. So I
if
think
he's not top 10, then he's not good enough.
I'm not saying I'm saying he's not good enough, but I'm saying he's a top 10. Like he's a good tentpole piece.
No, he's not. He doesn't have protected outwit.
He doesn't, but he has that targeting thing. It's half range, but that's super good.
If he was 150 points, then I would agree with you. Because 150, you could give him Galactus, and then give him power cards. If I'm playing a tentpole, he has to not be able to be outwitted. Just period. Regardless of Secret Six nonsense.
Yeah, I like so the half range is what I was like sort of basing that off of, because it's kind of like the Apocalypse or the Onslaught thing.
But I could just carry up Alpha Strike you, have one person that has outwit your defensive power, and then just melt you.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't have like Mastermind or second.
Yeah, if he had protected outwit or safeguard outwit, then I would feel way better at him as a temple. But
the back half of his dial is atrocious as far as value.
That is true.
Oh wait, guys,
He wasn't played back then. He's not going to get played now.
Guys, we have to go forward fast now before Dan sees that he has a naked defense power. We have to hurry before Dan sees.
Yeah, naked 16 defense.
The back dial of his thing isn't as bad when you consider he's going to be at +1 almost the entire time because he's next to something. So it's not that 17. Bad. Well, so it's a 10 for 3. You know,
17 naked defense. Yeah. Well, no, he has ESD. He has ESD traded.
Right. Yeah.
So do we like? So the only other ones that we haven't really talked about, Wolverine is kind of just a Wolverine, right? We're not really excited about Wolverine.
I charging and a blazing.
Yeah.
It's like our Sabretooth argument in the video. Destiny, what do you think about a 20-point prob?
It's the cheapest in modern, so it's worth considering.
That's psychic keyword though.
Oh man, I remember those. That was a good keyword we lost.
Oh my goodness, that's so funny.
I think they
let her keep it. That's funny.
Is there anyone else in modern that has that?
They didn't let her keep it.
There can't be.
No, because they quit using it a long time ago.
Yeah,
along with Mutant and Kids. And,
it's just Brotherhood of Mutants and Freedom Force, right? They didn't let her keep Psychic, right?
Oh, really?
Right. And Clix Nexus has a Psychic, so it's whatever.
Oh, okay.
Apocalypse is the only other one we really haven't talked about.
Apocalypse is awful.
He's cool, but he's 250. I mean,
yeah, that's why.
Even worse. We did not talk about Deadpool really, but that's even worse.
I mean,
well, we talked about his flavor text.
The flavor text of Deadpool, if you haven't read it, go look it up. It's really funny.
It is funny.
It might be worth it just to get that.
Yeah.
Bravo to whoever wrote those. Yeah.
I'd be happy just pulling the card because then I would have the flavor text. I could just put it somewhere.
Yeah, his flavor text is literally what every HeroClix player has ever thought about the game. I feel like let's be honest. Even I forgot Mutant Mayhem existed. Yes, 100%. I forgot that existed.
Yeah.
And then we didn't really talk about Sentinel. We did a little bit about the idea of Sentinel. It's literally to keep Sentinel legal. They got rid of the rolling thing. That's the key thing. Now you could choose a starting line. You no longer roll and maybe get unlucky and get the stupid force blasting one. It's just each one you add to your starting force costs 25 points. You may choose a additional starting line for each. So the first one starts on click 1, and then everything else.
But now that's only when you add him. If you generate him, it's still the same.
Still have to roll for.
Yeah, so Sentinel generating him at 25, you still have to roll for him.
Do you?
Yes.
Where's the roll? Where is it on Master Mold?
It's on the power. Yeah, it's on the power.
Well, no.
Okay,
it's just a.
Not on Master Mold.
It's a general rule with figures that have multiple starting lines like that.
I don't think it is anymore. You can play the lower starting line.
No, with the multi, I don't know. Maybe can you just bring him in at 25 points on whatever dial you want? Then.
I feel like they removed it for a reason.
Well, no. So for Master Mold, you can. You can. I'm pretty sure. You can pick that starting line. For the other things, it does say you roll for their trait. Like the XDPS ones that bring these in say specifically in their power when they roll leadership, you roll for the trait. So
yeah,
right. But also like the shield agents and things, you roll for them because of a general rule in the rule book.
No.
Yes.
I feel like though with the way they've worded this legacy card, they very specifically took out all the rolling.
Yeah, so
no, you just
if it says you bring them in, you can choose which card you're going to use. So you would just choose the card that says there is no roll.
No, so if you play the shield agent at 15 points, you don't get to choose what starting line it goes on to.
Right, because it doesn't have an alternate card that says you get to do that. This one does have an alternate card that says you don't have to roll.
All right. So I will defer and assume that y'all are correct.
Characters may have. Are they all green?
I have no idea. Just real quick, can I ask what happened to the Sentinel team that people were playing? Did people just collectively stop? That's
What's that Sentinel team that people are playing?
The like plus 14 Sentinel we were talking about. We were right, like Cyclops and what's the other one that mind controls? Bastion?
That's still seeing some play. The problem is that it's really hard to want to play Sentinel when you know Master Mold is right around the corner.
I guess, but I'm just wondering, like, because that was an okay team. Dan was excited about that team. I remember. Like, it saw play.
Yeah, it saw play, but
we're getting so much more Sentinel stuff.
Well, I'm with you. I agree. So
COVID happened.
I think COVID happened. I think COVID.
That's kind of true.
Just killed it. I mean,
I think also
the meta. Sorry, I was just going to say the meta really narrowed.
It did, but the big weakness of that team is Vulture, right?
Well, I would also say the meta has really shifted to Alpha Strike, and Bastion is very weak to Alpha Strike because you could literally fly across this map and just kill them. And once you kill them, the factory's kind of gone. They still have options, but it's not as great because Bastion doesn't have certain things. Like if he gets going because he can keep producing the Sentinels, and you can mind control your own people, and there's the whole carrying thing. There's a lot to it. My fear is that with Alpha Striking, which is the main hotness in meta right now,
that team is an Alpha Strike team. It has full map reach with the big blast from Cyclops, and it's like a plus 11.
Well, so the problem is it's not a plus 11 right now. That was his other big thing, is that you could throw on the friends and the little guys and get up to a 14 when a 14 meant a 14. But now you're only a plus 3.
True. Plus 3 is still good. But you just wouldn't throw on as many as those things, right? You'd only get to plus probably 11 would be as high as you would need.
I don't know if do you really build Sentinel or do you build Robot? There's a lot of good Robot pieces.
Well, the Sentinel
there are, but the friends help a lot.
The Sentinel was the thing that allowed you to generate more Sentinels.
Right. No, you still play Bastion and you play some Sentinels, and then you play a bunch of Robot pieces that are really hard to kill, like Danger Room and other pieces. Like the team still exists. I'm hesitant on it just because Master Mold's around the corner, but I'm also hesitant because Alpha Strike is so prevalent. And I feel like Bastion just falls to Alpha Strike. But,
he does. If you go second, he's pretty dead against a lot of teams.
Or if you miss, like if you just don't kill enough in your opening attack. So if you go out there and you take out some pieces, maybe they hit some rollouts, then the Alpha Strike goes, you're kind of overextended a little bit, and then Bastion falls, you're going to be playing a big catch-up game because a lot of things revolve around Bastion. Mm-hmm. Not everything, but
kind of true.
Amount does.
Might be a team to look out for though with Master Mold coming out.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right, so we have a nearly 4-hour set review of Rise and Fall.
That's not that bad.
Yeah, given that we weren't terribly excited about the set, we managed to talk about it for 4 hours. So let's wrap it up with some final thoughts. Jason.
I think I threw out everything I got. Sorry, I'm good.
He was fired up as I liked it.
Yeah,
I laid it out there today.
I laid it out there, right? I mean, there's freaking Alex.
After hearing Jason yell at me as if I was the actual WizKids designer, I don't envy WizKids designers.
They get what they deserve.
Because Jason was legitimately yelling at me, even though I didn't make the legacy card, and I know it wasn't personal, but as a WizKids designer in the moment, as a WizKids designer in the moment, man, I don't want to read. I don't want to read those emails.
I apologize, Alex.
No, it's okay. It's great. It was great.
That has me more fired up than anything that's happened in the last 2 years.
I liked it. I was here for it.
All right, Tyler.
Yes.
Final thoughts.
Not a ton. I'm super like down on this set just because of timing. I was so pumped for. I was building for it. Disclosure: I was building with Blackheart before the delays, and then the delays happened, and it basically puts you past the next 2 terms I've been building for the next couple months, and so now I just don't care about these pieces right now because I'm building for other stuff. So that was sad.
Yep, I
But
agree.
the set's, I think the set's a solid B+ for me.
Hey, one last thing I want to add in real quick. All the set, according to Realms, the Sentinel has all green starting lines. So, per the rules, characters with multiple green starting lines, unless specified otherwise, you choose which of those starting lines it starts the game on.
Well, fantastic.
So, just clarifying in case there's some confusion there. So.
Yep. Well, thanks for sticking around and listening to Alex's clarification. So, thanks for that, Alex. Yeah, I mean, I'm fired up about Cyclops as well, and this set is just not enthusing me overall, right? I mean, Wonder Woman I was kind of down on to start out with, but then we got a super solid chase set, and we are just missing a super solid chase set with this set. Like, I mean, I get that our bar is high because of Doom, because of Dooms and Franklin's and all this stuff from last year, and
the last 2 chase sets are both in contender for the best meta chase sets of all time.
We got to remember that. I mean, we've been spoiled with chase sets for, on a totally over a year. So
yeah, if you throw out House of X, you got Carnage was great. Fantastic Four was great.
I mean, no. If you just go back all the way to 2019, XTPS has a solid chase set, right? That's still seeing play. I'm not even going back any further than XTPS right now at the moment.
XTPS had 2 figures. No, I guess there's 3.
I mean, XTPS. I mean, I'm okay with extending this for a couple minutes because we did forget questions, but we'll just have to. No, I mean not Sebastian. Jason, Jean, Emma,
Harry Leland,
and Harry. And then
wait, I missed Jean, Jason,
Harry,
and
and
Emma, kinda. Yeah, that's fair.
Emma, at least, right? At least there for a little bit, right? Now, but here's the thing: Sebastian and Donald at least weren't fire bellies.
Yes, that is fair. That is true. They did interesting things.
So CAAV, we got
the Shades of Fire.
Yeah, Thor, Ultron, Peggy, all very playable, right? Ghost Rider.
I would put that set as like a mediocre like House of X set.
No,
it was literally two pieces and an Ultra Chase.
Let me look again.
It was Thor, Ultron, and then that, and even Thor's the only one that really cracked the meta. Ultron kind of cracked the meta.
Right. Okay. Ghost Rider is bad. Ghost Rider I would put as a maybe.
Ghost Rider has seen some play. He's top 8 a couple times.
Doctor Strange was sad, but again interesting. It's not a chase I'm sad about.
But at least like Doctor Strange is interesting. That most of the chases from this other set like aren't interesting.
Maybe we should do a tier maker of chases.
That'd be fun because I'm trying to think of it now.
Yeah, like, we could go on and on for this.
Right. I canceled my pre-order.
Yeah, that's sad.
I canceled my pre-order
on an X-Men set.
On an X-Men.
Yeah. Right. So
see, I feel like I don't agree with most people. I think it's about average as far as the sets go. We've just been on a high for a while.
We've been on a high. So I'm saying we've been on a high since XDPS.
Not really.
This is the worst chase set since XDPS.
Yeah,
sure.
This is the low. Probably. This is the low point since XDPS.
Yeah,
it's probably before that.
Before XDPS was ABPI, so
that. I mean, House of X though.
Okay, ABPI is.
House of X still had A and Old Man Phoenix, in there, And
But A's the only one that's really cracked the meta.
yeah, but people love Old Man Phoenix. They just love it. People just love that figure.
Yeah, but that's not true.
That's two. Nothing else is cracked it. Dark Britain's bad. Rasputin's bad. Binary's bad.
Krakoa might have if like COVID hadn't happened.
There's only 6. There are only what 6 chases? Yeah, 6 chases.
But here's the thing, right? Even if House of X was the current low bar, Rise and Fall is now below House of X. Mm-hmm. Like if we say House of X was the bar, the bottom of the tier, or even CAAV, Rise and Fall chase set is now below that. A new low has been set in the past 2 years.
I feel like we need to do a tier maker on chases.
I can't justify spending the money on it, man, because just like if you're like, they reduced the number of super rares you're getting. Like, the chases are not going to be worth that much money. I don't feel like. I think the super rares, other than just a few, will be worth like $5. Like
$5 seems low. I hope so, because I want a few of them.
Well, I mean, like other than like the 3 good ones, but they're all going to be cheap as hell.
Oh yeah, those are the only ones I want.
Right.
I mean, and odds are, I'm not going to pull.
Right.
I'm probably lucky if I pull one of them. It's just it doesn't make sense to spend my money on a sealed case.
Right.
Like
that's fair, and there are sets like that, and it sucks.
There's like no value. It's just the value. The value's not in the booster. It's just not there.
Right. I would agree with that with this set. A new low has been set in value per booster because, just real quick, even in the last year, JLU, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, House of X, and Wonder Woman 80. Rise and Fall is definitely the low mark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To be fair, this kind of seems like a positive for WizKids, right? Right?
Does
you only
it?
notice when people screw up. That means they've been doing their jobs real well for 6 months or a year.
Yeah, they have been.
Long.
They have been. This one, I don't know. There's no equipment. There's no team-up cards. There's like...
Wait, why are you stopping at XDPS?
Well, because
ABPI
was still good.
That's what I mean. Like you're like XDPS was.
No, ABPI wasn't good. That's the cut.
No, it was good. No, I mean, Copic was strong. Copic was strong. The Black Panther still saw play. Starbrand was the garbage one. Ultra Chase Thanos was good, but you had Iron Man and Cap that came with objects that were still
never played.
You loved Red Skull, so so it's a great chase set. I think it's the the stepchild sets of Earth X and Battle World that I think really is where we saw a kind of a downgrade.
Right. So Rebirth, I mean, even Rebirth chases, I mean,
were cool. They were at least cool.
They were at least cool. And DC gets so little love lately because of DC. It's hard to say, well, that sucks, right? Well, they only get one chance. So if you just compare Marvel, I mean, we did have Regenesis in there, but that was, that's a shit. What am I talking about?
Like a half set.
Yeah, a blister pack set. So it's not in contention for a full set. So full sets in Modern, I think Rise and Fall is the new low mark.
We should. I'm telling you, tier maker it.
I can tier maker most of the.
I disagree. I think there's good stuff in this set.
We could do
good things.
We could do a Modern chases. We could do it in like after the set's out.
I think I agree with the chases, but not the set as a whole. I don't think is a low bar.
But I think
I don't know. Look at the repetition. Every other character had leadership and mastermind.
Leadership and mastermind's good.
I get that, but
it's a shared trait.
I understand that, but it's not like there's no creativity.
It's a shared trait. That's not fair.
No, it's just the same motherfucking thing over and over and over and over and over.
People are gonna get really confused when Dan says, "All right, final thoughts," and then they see there's another 20 minutes left on the podcast.
Right.
These are thoughts. They still come last.
Like how many times do we look at super rare dials and say they should have been like rares? I mean, it's just
or an uncommon. I don't know. Yeah.
I agree. I
just think they just kind of half-assed it. I'm sorry.
It does feel like here's all the remaining X-Men figures. We got to put them out somewhere. We designed them years ago. Let's throw them in this set.
Yeah,
This set,
it wasn't good enough to go in House of X.
Well, I feel like Porter even kind of alluded to that when, like, not the way I phrased it, but when he was like, "Oh, I didn't think we'd see this this figure," or "Oh, this person's in here." Like, he was talking about how there's pieces from like all different parts of X-Men. And that's what we thought when we saw Rise and Fall as the theme.
I like this set better than House of X for sure. In my opinion.
Juggernaut destroys half.
Well, you know what? Set. Well, you know what? I didn't buy House of X either.
Okay. Well, that's okay. Can't fault you there.
Like
Fantastic Four too. I feel like Fantastic Four wasn't great.
Oh my gosh! All right,
no,
we're not going to argue about the rest of the sets here. I want to go ahead and give my final thoughts. And by my final thoughts, I am going to answer a couple of questions really quick. Let's see. So Edward K, thanks for asking. We talked about some of the bench powers. Lee, we talked about Rally. McConnell. We'll have to follow up with McConnell's question. We answered PJ's question. Andrew Krimpick. Who are you most excited about? Rapid fire, Jason.
Excited about in the set?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
Blackheart, I think.
Tylor.
I'm gonna do Blackheart, Emperor Gladiator, and a Mimic.
Alex.
Professor X. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, Professor X and Magneto.
Magneto.
Yeah.
Hi, like those are by far. Anyway.
Jason, we talked about your kind of question as we went through. And Antonio, I think, you know what? Our final thoughts actually just answered your question, sir. We kind of got the dump effect here a little bit. Multiple man, we talked about that. We talked about Herbert. We talked about weapons. So thanks for your question, Gavin. And we've ranted about your last question the whole time. Malcolm, thanks for your question. We talked about bench powers, which we wish were back. Giordano, how many cases should you buy? Rapid fire answer, Jason. How many cases should Giordano buy?
You should ask for your money back on the last one because this one's so bad.
Okay.
Tylor.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever bought a case of HeroClix.
Alex, how many cases should Giordano buy?
I only ever buy I usually buy, me personally, a new set. Even if it's a good set, I buy one brick and then I loose buy another brick through the weeks at different stores. So one case.
I think I'm going with one. I will also say that I also canceled my pre-order for Rise and Fall because I don't think the chases will have the value there that they should. And I would like to also point out as my final thought as we answer a couple more of these questions. I think we've only got two. Nope, that was our last question. So Spencer got his question. Charles, we answered him. I would say my final thought is we appreciate WizKids giving us previews and boxed product. And if anyone thinks that if anyone thinks that jades or buys our opinion on sets, I would like to point out that this set review should prove to you otherwise.
I was about to say, because we're like, we canceled our pre-orders thanks to WizKids.
Yeah.
Yes. So,
let's say,
you know,
honesty is valued.
Yes,
exactly.
Honesty. I'm very honest about this stuff. You know, I enjoy opening up sealed product. I'm probably going to get one case, is what I was going to say. I'm probably going to get one case, but I do not get my typical 4 to 5 cases this set.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm fired up about stuff tonight. I don't know why.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good
You
tonight.
got that fire belly.
Yeah, I guess.
So
yeah, I know if I bought that case, that's what I'd pull, and I just didn't know.
Yeah.
Oh man.
yeah, if my one case, if it's fire belly, I'm just going to be just pissed off about it. So
that's fair.
Thanks everybody for listening to Clixed Off today. Y'all have a great rest of y'all's day.
See ya.
Later.
Hang tight.
I'm telling you.
Hang
posted this in the chat.
Hang tight.
What? Do we have